gets squashed completely flat. The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dur, dur, dur in it. Well, that's what this thing is like. Dur, dur, dur.
Well, hello there.
Dirter.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet, or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Almost a whole year of paleo-powered tradoonery.
Tradoon! 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 Tradoon!
don't think it's a computer. Yeah, it's good shape, too. It's 5, 6 feet high, I'm guessing 9 feet long. Look at the extraordinary... What'd you do?
He touched it. Dr. Grant's not mission compatible.
They got it in for me. And look at the half-moon-shaped bones on the wrists. No wonder these guys learn how to fly. No, seriously. All right. Well, maybe dinosaurs have more in common with present-day birds than they do with reptiles.
That doesn't look very scary. More like a 6-foot turkey.
Turkey,
Turkey.
6-foot turkey. Turkey, 6-foot turkey. Okay. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. You get your first look at this 6-foot turkey as you enter a clearing.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's really good to have you here. How are you all? Glad you could make it today, and a very, very happy Thursday BIRDSday to you. I hope you're having a great week so far, and I hope your Thursday BIRDSday is off to a good start. We're going to be celebrating Thursday BIRDSday in a little bit. We're also going to be assembling our coelacanth, although... Well, shoot, there's been a bit of a hiccup with that. I'll tell you about it in a minute. But for anybody who's here for the very first time, and I bet you there are at least a few new people here today, I'd like to give you an extra special welcome. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur dinosaur paleontologist. And I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. As you can tell, this is a live broadcast, so it is interactive with chat. And thank you, Claire Burr, for the... I actually need to go get my measuring cup. It's still in the... I put it in the freezer for a little while. It is hot today. Where I am in the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. It's going to be like 90 degrees today, something like that. Shoot. And I don't have air conditioning here in my apartment. So, yeah, anyway. But, what were we talking about? Oh, yeah. Dinosaur paleontology. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I work on dinosaurs. I study dinosaurs. I publish on them in the scientific literature. I dig up dinosaurs during the summer. So this past summer, I was working in Wyoming and Utah, digging up at least 3 new species of dinosaur, probably more. And I was live streaming that this summer. check out the YouTube page to see some of those recordings. It was a ton of fun. We were streaming some live dinosaur digs right here on Twitch. That's the kind of science outreach that I strive to do, you know? Interactive, firsthand, kind of unique. I want to give you an inside peek into how paleontology works. I want to take you along for the ride and show you how cool fossil science can be. So I'm glad you're here. Again, on today's broadcast, we've got Thursday BIRDSday later. I'm printing a life-size, or maybe half life-size, the size of a life-size, smallish coelacanth, Latimeria chalumnae. So we'll be talking about that. And I didn't realize there was one piece left that I had to print. I thought I was done last night. Nope, there was one piece left. So we're working on that right now. But the rest of this coelacanth, this critter right here, yeah, I printed it a lot bigger than this. Here are the first three pieces assembled. It's going to be significantly larger than you see in that photo there. And we'll be assembling that today. We'll be talking about coelacanths a little bit. And today will be kind of a loosey-goosey stream. We'll see how goosey it gets, actually, when we get into Thursday BIRDSday later on. But yeah. And we've also got some fossil news to cover, too. So anyway, but before we do any of that, let me... Oh, shoot. Let me answer Skyhawk's questions real quick before we go through chat. Skyhawk says, what is the science behind the extinction of the dinosaurs? It's still debated what exactly caused the extinction of the non-bird dinosaurs. Strictly speaking, dinosaurs never really went extinct. We still have over 9,000 species of them. You know. Over 9,000! Many species of them around today. Yeah, we just call them birds. And how many species? Let's make that a little louder. There we go. That'll work. But yeah, there was an asteroid that hit the Earth 66 million years ago. We have the crater. We've got an iridium layer around much of the planet. And that seems to date exactly to the time of the disappearance of creatures like the non-avian dinosaurs. About 90% of mammal species, close to 90% of bird species. A bunch of different clades of fishes and insects and plants. Plesiosaurs and mosasaurs and ammonites go completely extinct at that same time. As the years go by and more research is done, it seems like the asteroid is really what did it. That is the growing consensus among paleontologists, geologists, phylogeneticists, etc. So yeah. And was it something about cryptozoology or something? What was it? Where did that go? Shoot. Oh, I scrolled too far. Do you think the Loch Ness Monster still lives? I'm not really, My stance on the Loch Ness Monster is as follows. While it would be very, very cool if there were some sort of gigantic, mysterious holdover creature from the time of the dinosaurs, something like a living plesiosaur or something like that. Unfortunately, the evidence does not point in that direction at all whatsoever. Believe me, if I thought there was any chance at all, a 1 in a million chance, that there was something like a living plesiosaur in Loch Ness, you know, I would have packed my bags and I would have been living there in Inverness or some other town there, you know, ages ago. I'd be broadcasting to you from Scotland right now. Unfortunately, there's literally no chance at all that it is a plesiosaur, or I seriously doubt that there is any very large animal there living in that lake for a number of different reasons. And we can talk about that later on, maybe. Maybe we'll do a special Loch Ness Monster stream again, like we did last year before Halloween. But yeah. The Loch Ness Monster lives in our hearts. There you go, Green Herring, right next to those heartworms. Yeah, Green Herring. That's the cool thing about the Loch Ness Monster, is its value doesn't lie in being a real creature, but rather in being an interesting part of popular culture. An insight into people's hopes and dreams and fears. And a neat way to kind of talk about actual sea monsters from the ancient past, and indeed some that are still around today. Not really monsters, but, you know, animals that have evolved in oceans and other bodies of water here on our incredible planet. So yeah. Yeah, mythology can be very interesting, Miss Yvette. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And food base too small for a large animal? Yes, indeed, Sculpin, yeah. Loch Ness is not a very productive kind of lake. It's filled with so much peat and detritus that you don't actually get much sunlight going through the water, and so the food chain is kind of cut off at its knees, to mix analogies there. But yeah. Anyway, we could talk more about that another time. But let me go through chat real quick and say hello to everybody. Thalo, Cyant Streams, welcome, Valent, good to see you. Kodali, the Lenina, what's shaking, Lenina? Go for Fluffernut. Keep coding, Steph. Thank you again, Steph, for the 9 months of support. I really appreciate that. Welcome back, Steph, if you're still watching. I know you're busy. I presume that you're busy. Blueberry Bean, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Tommy Plodicus, howdy, howdy. Ghostly Ghoul, welcome to you. Cephalon Wolf, I hope things are going well. It's good to have you here. Arle, a hearty Tradoon to you as well. I hope your Thursday's off to a good start. Scrolling. Matt M33, thank you for the 35 months of support. That's almost a whole year, my friend. Thank you, Matt. That spiffy founder's badge you got there, that's some good looking stuff. Who else have we got? Scrolling, trying to find everybody's names. Texas Cryptid, hello. Grim Deviant, what's shaking with you? Glad you could make to do. One Pakudampu. Hello. Who else do we have? Off-World Objects. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. I like that emote mashup.
Let's protect them, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Holy Lifton, did you just convert a gift sub into a recurring sub? If so, from a Prime to a Tier 1 sub, Holy Lifton, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Holy, thank you very, very much. Good stuff. Thanks for that pledge of ongoing support. Oh, I'm realizing our sound is too low. There we go. Live broadcast, everybody. One-man band here. Dormir Bell, how are you doing? My brother lives in San Francisco, although I suppose a lot of people do. Yeah, it's not a small town. Cool, Dormir Bell. Cool. It's a wonderful place to live. I love the Bay Area. Born and raised here. Moved to Montana for a long time. Now I'm back. Couldn't stay away. There's a dinosaur outside your window right now. Almost certainly true of everybody here, SB. Modern dinosaurs live literally on all 7 continents, including Antarctica. You've got penguins in Antarctica. You've got birds everywhere. Miss Yvette, did I say hello to you yet? Welcome, Miss Yvette. Welcome, Neilf. Did the asteroid change the atmosphere of Earth, says Skyhawk. Yes, it set it on fire for a while, at least in the immediate vicinity. Now, it didn't so much change the composition of the atmosphere permanently as much as it did. There were massive wildfires all over the globe. There was soot and ash up in the air. And that blocked out the sun, killed off a lot of plants, that killed off marine microorganisms like phytoplankton, which collapsed the marine food chain as well. It was a bad time to be a critter on planet Earth. It really was. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says humans love telling a story, and the Loch Ness Monster is a good story. There you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Agreed. Oriathalia? Acid rain, glass rain, boiling air, etc. Yeah, that asteroid did a lot. I'm still trying to scroll through chat, trying to get all the way through. Thank you, Murph, for requesting a dinosaur deep dive here. Ubirahara, or shall I say, the dinosaur formerly known as Ubirahara. We can talk about that. Justice for Brazilian fossils. Thank you, Murph. Appreciate that. Oh, and we've got to get to SB's Despletosaurus, too. Let's do that when I'm done getting through chat right here. We'll give our coelacanth some more time to print. Should be done in about 4 hours, I think. Yeah. Anywho. And Rayzilla says, speaking of the coelacanth, I was wondering if you could eat them... If I could eat them the other night? What? Apparently they're really gross and oily. Yeah, I don't think people enjoy eating coelacanth. And yeah, there's not very many left. They are probably critically endangered. It's really tough to get a good handle on how many coelacanth are still around, but it's probably not very many. They don't reproduce very quickly. They've got a fairly restricted kind of habitat. Yeah. Yeah. And One Man Band plus fantastic mods. That's very true, Arle. Thank you for that reminder. Big shout out to our moderators. Some of whom are here right now, including Claire Burr and Lenina, right? Yeah. Tony is my baby says... Oh.
Swagnilla Ice has arrived with 2 raiders.
Swagnilla Ice, welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Let me know if you've got any questions about dinosaurs, about fossils in general, about natural history, any of that good stuff. Tell me how your stream went, too. I want to hear about it. Looks like you were doing something called... Minecraft. Well. Very cool. I know what that is. I'm just being obtuse. But I hope it went well. Was playing the encrypted _ mod pack. Sounds very specific. Cool. I'm glad it was a good time. All right. Scrolling up. What were we talking about? And let's see here. Chat keeps jumping around as more people type in. Oh, Araya Thalia says, hey, Danny, where do you get your dinosaur files for 3D printing? Some of them are scans that I did myself. Many of them are available online. Claire Burr, thank you for putting in that command there. There's a link to a few right there. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Oh, and a zoo in Edmonton. Very cool, Spagnell Ice. Are you from Alberta yourself? Pretty cool. Alberta is one of the best places in the world to find dinosaur fossils. Very cool. Well, you probably know that already, but yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. And what I used to scan for a 3D printer? My telephone machine. Holy Lifton? Yeah. I have a few different apps that I use for that. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And GeoCastaway, holy cow, says hi from a geologist in El Salvador. Well, well, well. Bienvenidos a Paleontologizing, GeoCastaway. Thank you for being here. Have we met before? Me llamo Dani Antusa, soy un paleontólogo. Estudio los dinosaurios. Y mi madrastra, la esposa de mi papá, es de El Salvador, de San Miguel. Mundo pequeño, ¿no? Claro que sí. Bienvenidos, GeoCastaway. You got groceries to get? You go get those, Spagnell Ice. Thank you again for the raid. I appreciate you. Look forward to seeing you again sometime soon. And good luck with the grocery run. I hope everything's on sale for you. Yeah. And, Juan Pakudampu, I actually heard rumors of that. I was in South Bend, Indiana last summer, and I kind of got stuck there for a while for various reasons. But, yeah, I just heard scuttlebutt about it around town. I would tell people that I work on dinosaurs, and they'd be like, oh, do you know about the South Bend chocolate guy who's building a dinosaur museum in South Bend? So, like, 4 different people told me about it. So, cool. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Muy bien tu español. Vivo cerca de San Miguel. Wow. Wow, indeed. GeoCastaway, claro que sí. Welcome. It's great to have you here. Anyway. Very nice. Make Elasmosaurs their official fossil. That's interesting, Holy Lifton. Cool. Well. I can't really talk too much about this, but I had a meeting this morning and into the afternoon about a potential new museum here, right here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Yeah, there's rumors floating around. Exciting rumors. Again, I can't talk about that yet, but rumors abound. And Phoenix90, thank you for those 5 gift subs. It appears our alerts are stuck right here. What happened? Properties. Can I refresh? Refresh cache of current page. Okay. But holy cow, Phoenix! I don't know if the alert is gonna come up. So we'll make our own alert here. Here.
Oh, baby, a triple!
There we go.
Yeah!
Not a triple, a quintuple. 5 gift subs from Phoenix90. Thank you very, very much. There we go. There it goes. Thank you, Phoenix90. Thank you. Is that 10 gift subs? Holy cow.
Phoenix 90FR really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
I really appreciate that, Phoenix. That is 10 gift subs right there. Look, we are almost a third of the way to our sub goal. Very nice. Thank you, Phoenix. Thank you. That's one way to make the alert work. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, I appreciate you, Phoenix. There's 10 people in chat who I'm sure are very, very happy. They don't have to watch any ads for the next 30 days. That's pretty extraordinary. Thank you. Yeah. And GeoCastaway says, it is a long story. I'm actually a Spaniard from Spain, de España. Have you been digging somewhere in Latino America? No, not yet. Not yet. The closest I've dug to Latin America would be either Utah or Nevada. Although, I wasn't digging, but on Tuesday, just this past Tuesday, 2 days ago, I helped move some long-necked plesiosaur fossils in the collections here in Berkeley, California, that were from Colombia. They were dug up back in 1945, I think. 45 or 46. And what was the animal's name? Let's see. What was it? I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it here. Oh, there it is. Calawaeosaurus. I actually was not familiar with this critter. Yeah, until Tuesday. Calawaeosaurus, well, I guess I'm still not familiar with it. But I was not aware of its existence until Tuesday. We had a visiting researcher from Colombia? Yeah, I think so. And yeah. He needed to move some of these fossils out of a drawer in order to photograph them and be able to publish on them, and they were really heavy. So needed some extra muscle, and yeah, I got called over. But yeah, there's the skull. Lovely skull. It used to be Alzadasaurus colombiensis, and I guess it was sunk into genus Calawaeosaurus? Or, no, it was probably described as its own genus, actually. Yeah. Yeah, Ken Carpenter named it as its own genus in 1999. Okay, cool. So yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Yeah. And Rayzilla says, do I know about the Tully monster? I do, Rayzilla. I've seen some Tully monsters before. No, it's not something from Sesame Street, chat, even though it might sound like that. Tully monster. Genus Tully monstrum is this really weird critter from the Mason Creek Formation in Illinois, I believe. I think it's only been found in Illinois. We'll look it up. But, yeah, it's a weird critter. Tully monstrum. We don't know what this animal is. It is super strange. Is it a mollusk? Is it like some kind of cephalopod thing? Is it a weirdo early branching fish? Some other kind of vertebrate? You know, what is this animal? We don't have a good handle on that yet. But if you live here in the States or in Canada, maybe you've seen this on the side of like a U-Haul truck. That's the Tully monster. Ever seen this image? Yeah. It's a bizarre creature, and we're still not really sure what to make of it. Yeah. So what is that? That's the question. We don't know, Miss Yvette. We don't know. Rayzilla says, I saw a video yesterday that suggested it might be related to a lamprey eel. Oh, well, eels aren't actually lampreys. Lampreys are outside of osteichthyes, outside of the bony fishes. But, anyway, I know people call them lamprey eels, but that's a misnomer. Maybe we'll start off with a little video about Tully monsters. And, here we go. Here's a quick little video from the Field Museum in Chicago. The field revealed. That's cute.
There's nothing like it living today. The Tully monster would have been a soft-bodied animal, no hard parts. It had a proboscis, or trunk, like an elephant does, and at the end it would have been a claw-like feature with small little teeth. It had an eye bar and two eyes.
Weird.
It had what appears to be either a segmented body, or possibly these are patterns of muscles on the body. And at the end, there's a tail with two fins. Scientists have been trying to figure out exactly what animal this is related to, a living animal this is related to today. Some people think it might be a heteropod gastropod. These are clear, gelatinous, free-swimming snails that swim in the ocean today. They're sometimes called sea elephants. Other people have linked the Tully monster with worms or annelids. Others have thought maybe it's related to an extinct animal called a
conodont, yeah.
An eggfish or a lamprey that lives today. So no one's exactly sure what a Tully monster is. It's a little bit of a mystery.
Yep.
In 1958, Francis Tully, an amateur paleontologist and fossil collector, found a fossil that he had never seen before.
And this is really, really cool. It got named after him. It's pretty neat. I think paleontology is a really neat science in the sense that, well, one of the reasons why paleontology is so cool, I should say, is because people who are not professional paleontologists end up making a lot of really pivotal contributions to the science. And that's not really true of a lot of other sciences. Like, when is the last time that you heard about a physics enthusiast making a groundbreaking discovery in the field of physics? It just doesn't happen, right? It happens all the time in paleontology. Probably because there are so few professional paleontologists in the world. And those who do exist often have to make their livings in unusual ways, like streaming on Twitch. I'm the first one to do that, but yeah, first one to make their living doing that, at least. But yeah, so many different important dinosaur fossils, for instance, have been discovered by amateurs or just regular people. Sometimes there are people who are really interested in fossils, and they've learned a lot about fossils, and they might not be a professional paleontologist, but they really know their stuff. And some people are just regular folks, out walking their dog, or bird watching, or going for a stroll on the beach, and then they found a really important fossil and brought it to the attention of paleontologists, and that's how the discovery was made. This happens all the time in paleontology, and that's pretty cool. This is a good example of that.
He wanted to identify it, so he came to the Field Museum. Paleontologists here, including Dr. Eugene Richardson, looked at the fossil and had no idea what it was. It was a unique animal no one had seen before. So in 1966, Dr. Richardson published a paper and for the first time described the Tully monster. He named it in honor of Francis Tully, Tully monstrum gregarium.
Yep.
And in
So yeah, Tully monstrum means Tully monster in Latin or Greek, or maybe a Latinized Greek. And gregarium, I think, just means like gregarious, like there's a lot of them.
In 1989, the state of Illinois recognized the Tully monster as its official
What do you mean, Dinosaur Dave?
It's a unique fossil, and it's found nowhere else in the world except for here in Illinois.
Pretty neat. How many Illinoisans do we have in chat right now? It's a very populous state. That's your state fossil, the Tully monster. And Ken PDX says, oh, au contraire, I once found a new kind of neutron on the beach. Did you? Did you report it to the authorities, or, what'd you do there? Nope. Stop. Let's take a look at another quick video about the Tully monster and some other critters. Yeah, given that we're getting into Halloween season pretty soon here, let's watch a video on the Tully monster with an emphasis on
We use it to
monsters.
talk about natural history. Monster.
Oh.
A word that...
There we go.
This episode is supported by Squarespace. You want to know a word that bugs me? At least one that bugs me when people use it to talk about natural history. Monster.
Yeah.
You see it all the time, like in blog posts that describe some awesome mosasaur fossil as a sea monster, or in articles that try to get more clicks by...
I actually just did that a couple minutes ago where somebody asked me about the Loch Ness monster, and I used that as an excuse to talk about modern sea monsters and extinct sea monsters, although I did say that they were just animals. So yeah, maybe I'm a little bit guilty of that, huh? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, and hey Lee G, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. And is that Tapajara? I believe it is there, Razilla. Sharp eyes.
Calling a pterosaur a flying monster. Now, don't get me wrong. In the right context, monsters are awesome. The Harry Potter books, Stranger Things, the collected works of J.J. Abrams, they'd all be basically meaningless if they didn't have monsters. But the problem with referring to actual organisms that lived on this earth as monsters is that monsters are by definition imaginary.
Yep.
They're made-up creatures that are so
Dinosaurs
terrifying
were
and
the
so
sort of
threatening.
creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet. Or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Or a really good dream.
Who'd still hear you, monster, keeping me coming back?
Thank you, Executive Storm. I appreciate you. Thank you for your 38 months of support. Holy cow, Executive Storm. That is almost a whole year. Wow, Executive Storm. I appreciate you. Thank you.
That gives the history of life. It's very quirky, fortuitous, chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
Norby, thank you for those 7 months. I appreciate that very much. Thanks for keeping me online for that duration. Appreciate you. Lovely. Yeah. And Kinamara says, I mean, that is true, but many people just use the term monster for stuff that scares them as well. Yeah, or for something that's big or strange. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, but you know, I'm a scientist. Got a case of scientist brain. So sometimes, I don't know. There is a tendency to, well, actually, stuff like that, you know. Well, actually, you know. So yeah.
Are by definition imaginary. They're made-up creatures that are so terrifying and so threatening to our sanity that they can't possibly be real. And yet, there are animals in the fossil record that challenge some of our most basic ideas about what animals are supposed to look like.
Gord Leone, thank you for the follow. What a cool name. Gord Leone. Grazie for the follow. I appreciate that. Gord Leone. Appreciate you. Welcome to the channel.
If there ever was a monster on this planet that was worthy of the name, it might have been this, the Tully monster. It lived in the inland seas of North America 300 million years ago at the very end of the Carboniferous period. Back then, rainforests covered much of the land, and the seas teemed with life ranging from sharks to tiny shell-covered protozoans. The Tully monster wasn't like monstrously large for its time. It was maybe a foot long. What makes it strange to modern eyes is that it just looks imaginary. It doesn't look remotely like anything that's alive today. Or maybe it looks more like a bunch of other things put together, which is just as creepy. I mean, things like mosasaurs at least bear some resemblance to reptiles we know.
Yeah, it's a
like
big monitor lizard with flippers.
Snakes or Komodo dragons. But the Tully monster? I mean, if George Lucas ate a pepperoni pizza and then drank a whole thing of chocolate yoo-hoo before going to bed, this is what he'd dream up. Its body was long and tapered, built for life in the water, like a giant worm crossed with a small squid. It also apparently had eyes that flopped around on the sides of its body attached to these fleshy stalks.
Weird.
Out of its head came this long, skinny appendage with a claw at the end, which may or may not...
Little Pink Pony says that has to be related to cuttlefish. Well, cuttlefish are cephalopods. This could be related to mollusks in general, but I don't think that's the general... There's like a few different contenders that this critter might be related to. And again, I'm a dinosaur guy. I work on dinosaurs. So this is outside of my realm of expertise. But from what I understand, the people who actually work on these critters, there's like a couple of main hypotheses. One of them is that they're related to conodonts, which are almost kind of like, they're almost like hagfish or lampreys. One of the hypotheses is that they're more like a weird, another weird like primitive fishy thing. And another one is that they're related to like snails or something. Cuttlefish and other cephalopods, I don't think they're a main contender for what this critter might be. But let's continue the video and we'll see.
Not have been a mouth, but that's just one interpretation of it, because what exactly this thing looked like depends on what exactly it was. And scientists have been fighting about that since Tullys were first discovered in Illinois in the 1950s. To paleontologists, if anything is creepy about the Tully monster, is that it's missing the one thing that biologists value very highly: phylogeny. Phylogeny is an evolutionary relationship that every organism has to its ancestors and its descendants. But the Tully monster doesn't have a permanent place in the evolutionary scheme of things that we call the tree of life. Not yet, anyway. In 2015, some paleontologists at Yale thought they had found a home for it. After analyzing more than 1,200 fossils of the Tully monster, they determined that the creature was a vertebrate, probably an ancestor of jawless fish like lampreys. They came to this conclusion in part because of a telltale mark that they found in some of the fossils.
A notochord, right?
A line that ran down the middle, much like a backbone. But instead of being made out of bone, its spine was probably made of something like cartilage, forming a notochord, like those still found in some of today's jawless fish. So, that was as close to an answer as paleontologists could get. The Tully monster was a member of Team Vertebrate. But then, in 2017, another team of researchers gave the fossils another pass and came to the exact opposite conclusion. They determined that they actually don't know what it is still. But they said Tully definitely was not a vertebrate. For one thing, the white lines found in some of those fossils go past the eye stalks where a true notochord would end. And other fossils of vertebrates found from the same period, like fossils of lampreys, didn't have those white lines at all. Even Tully's bizarre dangling eyes don't seem to have been true complex eyes like other vertebrates have. Instead, they might have been so-called cup eyes, much more simple light-sensing organs that are found in things like worms and mollusks. So, We're left with a mystery. We don't know if this thing was a worm or a fish or a mollusk, and we don't know how it's related to us or to anything else. But guess what? In the fossil record, there's a lot more where that came from. There are animals like Banffia, a sea creature that look basically like a swimming hot water bottle, and Upabinia, a Cambrian animal with 5 eyes. There are many organisms out there whose phylogeny is a total mystery to us. So many, in fact, that scientists have a special category for fossils that defy classification. They call them problematica. But if we can find a home for creatures like these in the Tree of Life, we'll have a much better understanding of what the rules of life are on our planet. So animals like Tully Monster are weird, definitely. And for scientists, they're frustrating, absolutely. But a monster? I prefer to think of it as problematic.
There you go. Tully Monster. Here's a link to that video, if you'd like to save it for later, too. Yeah. And Flopsy Doodle says, weird how sea life seems to be so much more diverse than life on land. Well, this is at a time when life on land was still kind of starting to flourish. There had been life in the seas for a lot longer. So there's been a lot longer for... there's been a lot more time for life to develop and diversify in the seas than on land. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And the ocean is such a mystery, says Little Pink Pony. I mean, in some ways. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes it kind of bugs me a little bit when people say, like, oh, well, you know, we know more about the surface of the moon than we do about the ocean. It's like, well, a lot more people have been to the ocean than to the moon. And there's a lot more to know about the ocean than there is to know about the moon. Have you seen pictures of that place? There's not much going on up there, honestly. It's also a lot smaller than the ocean. At least the surface. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But even today, some sea creatures seem so alien to us. That's true, yeah. I mean, there's a lot left to discover in the oceans, for certain. Yeah. I think I rankle a little bit at the... Sometimes people use that... Oh, we know so little about the ocean as justification for... That means that there's mermaids down there, or something like that, you know? As an online science educator, I encounter a lot of that kind of thing, and it, yeah. I think that's why I have such a reaction to that. And if I examine that within myself, I think that's why I have that feeling. You know? Or that Megalodon lives. Yeah, there you go, Sculpin. Yeah. Yeah. Would I rather be lost in space or lost at sea? Definitely lost at sea, Rayzilla. Because at least I'd still be on my home planet. My favorite planet. You know, Earth. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Spooky alien sunken cities. Yeah, there you go, Ghostly Ghoul. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, the ocean does rule. I agree, Miss Yvette. Absolutely. And here, we actually have a neat... article to talk about there. A new paper was just published yesterday. This is pretty neat stuff. Skeletal convergence in thunniform sharks, ichthyosaurs, whales, and tunas, with its possible ecological links through the marine ecosystem evolution. If you don't know what convergent evolution is yet, this is gonna blow your mind. This is some super, super cool stuff. Here is a link to the actual paper here. This is, thankfully, open access. We love open access papers here. And let me grab this out of my downloads. There we go. This is some neat, neat stuff. I think you're going to like it a lot. So, convergent evolution, or in this case, convergent evolution of skeletons. Convergent evolution is when two different creatures, two or more different creatures that are not related to one another, they might be from totally different, like, disparate branches on the Great Tree of Life, they will evolve a similar kind of structure, similar lifestyle, similar body shape, something like that. Convergence is you're evolving in, like, similar ways, even though you're not related to each other, because you're doing the same job. Or there's something similar about your lifestyle, so that you end up looking the same, oftentimes. So, convergent evolution. Classic examples are, yeah. Like these 4 different critters that all evolved similar shapes for swimming quickly through the water. Actinopterygian fishes, dolphins, which are a kind of artiodactyl ungulate mammal, ichthyosaurs, which are a kind of ancient sea reptile, puffins. They all evolved this similar kind of shape for just cutting through the water. I would actually put penguin there rather than puffin, but whatever. Like, this is a good one, too. You got a shark, a dolphin, an ichthyosaur, and a penguin. These are animals that are not close relatives of one another. At all. There's, like, hundreds of millions of years separating these critters from one another. Hundreds of millions of years of evolution. And yet they've evolved a similar body shape because they're doing a similar thing. This is really cool stuff. And this paper gets into that in detail. So tunas, laminid sharks, modern whales, and derived ichthyosaurs converged on the thuniform body plan. Is that tuniform? Thuniform? We don't need a minute-long video about this. Goodness.
Thuniform.
Thuniform. Okay, thuniform. I hope that's right. It might be with relation to tuna, in which case it would probably be tuniform, but whatever. But yeah, pretty neat that you've got these different groups of critters that all independently evolved similar body shapes. Neat stuff. And there's distinct differences between them, like big differences. But that's to be expected from their different starting points. This is neat stuff. This is really neat stuff. Yeah. Do we have a press release on this yet? Did they even do a press release? I'm gonna search thuniform on Google News and see what we get. It just takes us straight to the paper. Well, that's okay. No press on this yet, but cool stuff. Very, very cool. Talking about oceanic creatures. Let's watch a little video, if I can find one, on convergent evolution. Let's take a look at this right here.
Thanks for stopping by. Today we're talking about convergent versus divergent evolution. This video was suggested by one of my subscribers, so here you go, Nekla, and I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. And if any of you have any video suggestions, please...
Form follows function. That's...
Let's talk about
yeah.
divergent evolution.
It's a good way to explain it, Sculpin.
So in divergent evolution, 2 or more distinct species share a common ancestor from which they both diverge.
Yep.
A common example is...
You don't hear this term all that often, divergent evolution, because this is kind of typical. This is the default, you know? This is your standard, and it's kind of the opposite of convergent evolution.
The modern elephant and the woolly mammoth. They share a common ancestor and yet evolved...
Oh, boy. What did they get wrong there? Shoot. Do you see that, chat?
...is the modern elephant and the woolly mammoth.
Oh, uh-oh. What's wrong with that right there? we've already got 2 correct answers. So, yeah. That's not a mammoth, that's a mastodon. You could tell by how it is. So, here. Mammoth versus mastodon. You can tell by their teeth, or you can tell by just their general body shape. So that's a mammoth. Big humps on it. Big hump over the shoulders. Curly tusks. That's a mammoth. Woolly mammoth. Mammuthus primigenius. And then you have on the right side, Mammut americanum. Right over here. This is our American mastodon. So they're... This is an example of divergent evolution, actually. Oh, can we de-extinct them both? Here, I'll just give you a link to this video if you're curious about that. You can watch it. We're not going to watch it right now. There you go. And yeah, and you can also tell by the teeth, too, Gimpleg. Absolutely. Yep. Mastodon tooth with those tall cusps on it, on the top. Mammoth tooth, mostly flat. So, mammoth tooth on top, mastodon tooth below. Mastodon tooth up top with those high cusps. Mammoth tooth, that's flat. Beneath it. Yeah. Mammoth and mastodon. There you go. Browser versus grazer. There you go, Lenina. Yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat, right? Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to our video there.
They share a common ancestor and yet evolved into 2 different species. Another example is the dog, the wolf, and the fox. Again, they share a common ancestor, yet evolved independently, right? They all diverge from a common ancestor.
Yep.
Now let's contrast this with convergent evolution.
Oh, so to emphasize, all of these animals are like the elephant and the mastodon, they're related to each other. They share a common ancestor. So in divergent evolution, the animals are related because they come from the same ancestor. In convergent evolution, it's the opposite. Different ancestors.
In convergent evolution, 2 or more distinct species share traits not due to a common ancestor.
Yep.
So let's take birds, bats, and butterflies, for example. All have wings that allow them to fly, but they don't share a common ancestor with wings.
Nope.
So each one evolved to have wings independently.
Yeah, so bats evolved from earlier mammals. Butterflies evolved from earlier insects. Birds evolved from dinosaurs. So yeah. Yeah.
Right? Evolution converged on a similar trait in vastly different species, right? So their wings are not due to a common ancestor.
And that's why those wings look different also. The bat has, you know, skin that stretches between the fingers of their hand right there. The bird has feathers that form its wing. And the butterfly has got wings that are... I'm not actually sure how to describe that, but they're made from insect-y parts, you know? Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so let's recap. Divergent evolution is when descendants of a common ancestor evolved independently and uniquely, like the dog, the wolf, and the fox.
Sure.
While convergent evolution is when species share a trait not due to a common ancestor, such as birds, bats, and butterflies' ability to fly. And that's it. Check out my video on analogous versus homologous structures to learn more on this topic, and
Pretty cool.
subscribe to keep up with all my newest videos. I'll catch you next time.
There's a link right there for you. I'll put it in the chat. And Peter Steves, when they did convergence with Pokemon, with the new Pokemon Poltergeist being similar to Sinistea, another Pokemon. Interesting. Huh. Yeah. Golden moles aren't related to true moles. Charlie's Dragon, do you have the link for that video? Because I'd actually love to see that. Yeah, moles like, there's true moles, and then there's other things that look like moles, and those other things that look like moles have evolved, like, multiple times. There's golden moles, there's various extinct clades from the Mesozoic. Yeah. And naked mole rats are literally rats, Rayzilla, yeah. They are rats. But they also dig in the ground. Gophers... I don't think that concept is even taking, like, gophers into it. Gophers are too different to be part of the mole thing. You know? Thank you, Charlie's Dragon.
The evolutionary...
Oh boy, this is going to be a long video.
Our planet is absolutely fascinating. And
It is.
The fossil record reveals all sorts of amazing evidence for how different lineages of animals have evolved over time. One of the most interesting evolutionary phenomena that we see across the...
That's not a turtle right there. That's a placodont, right? Is that Henotus?
Fossil record, and indeed even in animals today, is that of convergence, when two or more unrelated organisms end up with very similar anatomical features or body plans due to similar selection pressures acting on them.
That's super cool right there. I love this graphic. Holy moly, is that neat. Yeah. An ichthyosaur, which is derived from land-living reptiles, probably not super different from, say, squamates, lizards. I mean, these guys probably... I don't know if they had a diapsid ancestor. I'm not actually sure. I don't know what the modern consensus is on those critters. And then here's a dolphin right here. Both ichthyosaurs and dolphins have this dorsal fin that's totally fleshy. There's no bones in it. They've got a beak-like mouth right there. This long rostrum. They've got paddle in the front for steering. That's their forelimb. And then their tail is actually used for propulsion. With ichthyosaurs, it went side to side because they evolved from land-living reptiles with a side-to-side undulation of their bodies. And mammals, like hoofed mammals that gave rise to whales, including dolphins, they had a vertical undulation of their spine. If you've ever watched a dog run, a dog doesn't run from side to side like this. You know, a dog or a cheetah or a horse or whatever, you know, they move in the vertical axis like this. That's how their spine flexes as they run. You know, lizards or snakes go side to side. Mammals, their spine goes like this, up and down. Your dog does that? Is your dog sideways, Milicia Total? Here, this is what I mean. Slow motion dog running. There we go. See? How the spine is going up and down as the dog runs? Look right here. Shoulders up, up, shoulders down, legs down. See that flex there that's happening? Yeah. Got that? That's the mammal way of moving. And that's because dogs evolved from earlier mammals who already had that. It's kind of an inherited trait. It's something that, you know, they took and ran with. No pun intended. So they have a different starting point from, say, ichthyosaurs, who evolved from, you know, from land-living reptiles. Think about, like, lizards. They didn't evolve from lizards, but lizards also have this trait from their shared ancestor with ichthyosaurs. So let's see if we can find a slow-motion lizard running. There we go. See how the spine is moving from side to side? The tail goes from side to side. That spine is... it's going... like that. It's not going up and down. It's going side to side. Yeah. So yeah. Does that make sense? Anyway, convergent evolution, very, very interesting stuff. From totally different ancestors, you can get a very similar body shape. Like an ichthyosaur, or like a dolphin. Evolution is amazing like that, you know? Creatures adapting to new environments, to changing conditions. Remarkable things can happen from generation to generation. That's all evolution is. You know how you're a little bit different from your parents, and your parents are a little bit different from their parents? And on and on and on. That's evolution. You know, at a semi-granular level. Living things change over time. Unless you're a clone of your parents, you're not going to be identical to them. So it's that change over time that can be directed by things like natural selection. You know? It really is that simple. I mean, it gets more complicated if you're interested in the details, but at its most basic, that's what it is. It's not a difficult concept. Yeah. So yeah.
Let's protect our fossils, because
and
if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Lucky Sausage, thank you very much for that Prime sub there. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. Holy cow.
This is a rare opportunity to view the inside story of the extraordinary world of paleontologists.
So it is.
What they are, what they do, why what they do is important for science and society.
Octavius_King and their 46 raiders have stumbled into the extraordinary world of paleontologists.
Welcome, Octavius King, and thank you for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Octavius, how did your stream go? I hope it was really, really good. Welcome back to the channel. It is really good to have you here. How are all the little mammals doing? Hope everybody has been having a great time. It's good to see you, Octavius. A ratty raid indeed. Voltmog, how are you doing? Deepest Blue Dragon, Frankie D, Wazik, CJ Mac. Mammals have been making nests today. Mammals do be making nests, don't they? Welcome back, Voltmog, and welcome back, Octi. I appreciate you. It's good to have you here. We're just talking about convergent evolution right now a little bit. And, yeah. Anyway, good stuff. In fact, when I was pressing those soundboard buttons on my number pad, look at what came up right here. This is not a mouse. This is not a rat. This is it's not a Selenodon, because those are from the Caribbean. What is this right here?
As the name suggests, looking pretty shrew-like. They have obvious external ears, long slender tails, and small claws on their limbs that lack specific adaptations for digging. As such, they probably represent what the ancestral condition for all members of Talpidae was once like.
So it's some kind of shrew, it looks like.
A single genus found in southwest China and northern Myanmar. The next subfamily is Scalopinae, or the New World moles. There are 6 genera in...
Anyway, so this is a video about every time things have evolved into moles, where they're not true moles, but, you know, this is an example of convergent evolution. If you're doing a similar kind of job, you can arrive at the same, or a similar kind of morphology, similar kind of body shape. Because form follows function in evolution. To a certain extent. Sometimes function follows form too, but we might call that exaptation. But anyway, yeah. But yeah, and Voltmog had a question? Let me scroll up and see if I can find that. Oh, I don't know. And Peter Steve says the elephant shrew is the only shrew I know. Well, Peter Steves, the elephant shrew, get this, is not a shrew. Alert, the elephant shrew is not a shrew. It is a sengi. The naming of the shrew. There you go, Kennedy. Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. Take a look at this right here. Hopefully YouTube doesn't freak out when this shows up in the VOD, but take a look. Oh, BBC? Shoot. I probably will have to do this, and we won't have closed captions. I'm sorry. But gotta do what we gotta do. So this... Yep. It's not a shrew. Are they not... They're just gonna gloss over that point? Shoot, let's... Let's take a look at this. From right here in the San Francisco Bay Area, California Academy of Sciences.
These cute little sengis, or elephant shrews, come from an area in the Namib Desert that looks like Mars. The habitat is so different from that of other sengis, Academy scientists Galen Rathbun and Jack Dumbacher wondered if the animal's behavior was also unusual. So they trapped a few and tagged them with radio collars to learn more.
Huh.
First, they noticed that the animals are completely nocturnal. And these small animals have enormous home ranges.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get some water for myself.
Widely around their ranges in search of food.
These deserts are making me thirsty.
Galen and Jack found that these small elephant shrews travel 10 times farther than other sengi species. Finally, these distant relatives of elephants, aardvarks, and sea cows eat a diet fitting for their desert home, spiders and insects, while their sengi brethren munch on termites and ants in other locations. It turns out that these small and unusual mammals are as otherworldly as their Martian habitat.
Well, neat stuff. Neat stuff. We can find another video on sengis, I think. Here we go. There's a little one right there from the London Zoo. Yeah. Look at that floof. I know, right? Little nose. So this is not a mouse, and it's not a shrew. It's part of a group called Afrotheria. Let's talk about that. Go to our good old-fashioned tree of life here. It's not old-fashioned, it's fairly up-to-date. So despite looking like a shrew or a mouse or something like that, the elephant shrew is much more closely related to animals like manatees and aardvarks and elephants. Yeah. And my scroll wheel is really being annoying today on my mouse. There we go. We got there. So, yep. Rufous elephant shrew. This is a kind of sengi. There's a golden-rumped elephant shrew right there. Aardvarks, golden moles, tenrecs, dugongs, and elephants should be in here too. They are, we don't have a picture of one, but they're along this tree as well. So we go to elephants. It'll just be a short hop, skip, and a jump there. There we go. Yeah, they are part of this group also. Isn't that neat? So yeah, an elephant shrew, aka sengi. Sengi's really the more proper name, because they're not shrews at all. Calling them an elephant shrew is kind of a misnomer. They are part of this group called Afrotheria. But they've evolved to look like shrews because they're doing a similar kind of thing with their lives. They're living in a... They've got a similar lifestyle. So yeah, yeah. Anyway, yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, to make it extra confusing, in Norwegian we call shrews spismus. Basically pointed mice. I like that. Oh, I like that. They're not mice, but they look like them. I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, interesting stuff, right? And if you want to watch a video on Afrotheria, I think we found a good one a while back on here. Afrotheria. Here we go. Yeah.
They'd probably be scratching their heads. Of course, they're all...
Well, hang on.
If you were to ask the average person what an elephant, an aardvark, and a manatee had in common, they'd probably be scratching their heads.
Huh.
Of course, they're all mammals, but they also belong to an order of animals known as Afrotheria.
Yep.
This group is an ancient lineage of mammals that encompasses a wide variety of species of different sizes, shapes, and ecological niches.
Oh, Hyraxes too.
Speculated to have first emerged during the mid-Cretaceous period, roughly 105 million years ago.
Is that some Mark Whitten art there? Looks like Mark Whitten style. Very nice. Big old sauropods.
Speculated to have first emerged during the mid-Cretaceous period, roughly 105 million years ago. Africa, which had previously been connected to South America, began to split apart due to plate tectonics and was isolated from the rest of the world for about 65 million years. This extended period of isolation resulted in the mammals that are inhabiting this continent to go through their own unique processes of evolution.
Pretty
The
neat.
extinction of the dinosaurs at the end of the Cretaceous only allowed for a greater radiation of different and unique forms. Today, Afrotheria consists of 6 different orders: Macroskeletia, Afrosauricida, Tubulidentata,
You don't have to remember these terms.
Proboscidea, and Sirenia. The first 3 of these orders make up a larger family known as Afroinsectophilia, and the latter 3 belong to a group known as Paleontologista.
Yeah, you don't have to know this.
Afroinsectophilia
Anyway.
consists of smaller insectivorous mammals that live on the continent.
Like Tenrex.
Many of these animals were previously grouped together with the order Insectivora.
Yeah, Insectivora is no longer considered valid.
That included other mammals from mice to shrews to hedgehogs, but molecular studies indicate that these groups are not really closely related, and Insectivora is now considered a defunct order.
So yeah, it basically turns out by studying the DNA of these animals, it does match up. These are not members of the same group. So Insectivora, insectivores, that's an outdated term. Turns out those critters aren't actually closely related to each other. Instead, we've got this modern understanding that we've got groups like Afrotheria.
The first group in this order, Tubulidentata, consists of only one species, the aardvark, consuming mostly ants and termites, which they find by digging into the ground with their hoof-like nails and pulling with their long tongues. They
Pretty
strongly
cool.
resemble the anteaters of South America.
Another example of convergent evolution, aardvarks and anteaters not closely related at all. Anteaters are xenarthrans, so they're related to sloths. Yeah. Weird. So yeah. Anyway, you get the idea. Convergent evolution, really, really interesting stuff. I'll give you a link to this video. There you go. Yeah. So yeah. And Clearburst says, total sidetrack, what do you think the chances are that sauropods grew moss or something on their backs, like sloths on their algae? I'd say it's... Well, sloths have got really wiry hair. That's a good, it's a good substrate for moss to grow on. Mossy sloth. There you go. Yeah, so sloths will actually... Algae and moss, I think it's just algae actually, will grow on sloths and make them look greenish like this. Which probably isn't terrible for the sloth. It's probably good camouflage, honestly. So yeah, for one thing, these guys today have this really rough, coarse hair that the algae probably really likes. Sauropods didn't have that. We know they had scaly skin because we found, skin fossils from sauropods. Yeah. That's what their skin would have looked like. Kind of pebbly like that. Also, sauropods probably would be a good deal warmer than sloths, and I don't know if algae likes warm temperatures like that. Like, I don't know if you could grow algae or moss on pebbly, scaly skin that's warm all the time. I don't know if that would... Yeah. Because when you've got big sauropods like this walking around doing their thing, they'd be generating a lot of body heat just by moving their muscles and just by fermenting all of that plant matter in their gut. We have lots of evidence that these guys had elevated body temperatures. So yeah, it's I don't think that would be good for algae or moss or stuff like that. But I don't know. I'm not a botanist. I can't tell you that for certain. Algae does grow in hot springs, sometimes sculpin. True. But hot springs have another thing that sauropods don't have on their skin, and that's water. These guys would have had fairly dry skin, I betcha, because we know the texture is really, pebbly, scaly like that. They're probably dry boys, you know? Yeah. And Holy Lift, do we think dinosaurs were warm-blooded? We know... We've got very good evidence that most dinosaurs were warm-blooded. Yes. The dinosaurs that were... There is some evidence that some dinosaurs were cold-blooded. Dinosaurs like... Stegosaurs... Maybe ceratopsians like Triceratops. But I even kind of doubt that. We know these animals grew pretty quickly. If anything, if there were any cold-blooded dinosaurs, it seems like that is a special thing that they evolved. The ancestral dinosaur, the default metabolism for dinosaurs seems to be warm-blooded. Elevated body temperatures, elevated metabolism. They consume a lot of food. They create their own body heat from within. If any dinosaurs later had cold-bloodedness, getting their body heat from outside of them, like a lizard or a turtle or something like that, or a snake, that would have been like a special thing that they evolved. They had to they just special order that feature through evolution, basically. You know? That's not part of the base model. That's an add-on, you know? That's a special trim level. So yeah. Didn't they realize that when they found that dinosaur fossil all curled up like a cat? There's probably 100 lines of evidence at this point, Little Pink Pony, that dinosaurs were warm-blooded for the most part. But that's one of them. That's funny. That's not one that I would immediately think of. But you're talking about Mei Long, who, despite its surname, was not very long. It's a small animal, probably a juvenile, and used to have the shortest name of any dinosaur. Mei Long, this little troodontid, which was found curled up, sleeping like this. Well, it wasn't sleeping when it was found. It had died a long time before, like 130 million years before. But it's a troodontid. Yes, like Troodon there. Yeah. A long time ago, back when I was in like middle school, I made a t-shirt featuring this animal. You know, a drawing of Mei Long. Because the kind of cliche for this animal is you always draw it, you know, curled up like a sleeping bird. So I drew it with a little teddy bear tucked under its arm. I thought that was really funny at the time. But yeah. So there you go, Pink Pony. Mei Long is the dinosaur you're thinking of. And beautiful fossil, just gorgeous. Look at that. Be still my heart. It was probably a baby. Does not look like a full-size, full-grown animal. But here is that article if you're curious about it. This is mid-2010s. This is, I think it was named in like 2004 or something like that. Let's check. Yep, Shu and Narelle, 2004. Yeah, Paleo think. Paleo no. You love the Dromaeosaur and Saurian sleeps like that? It does, doesn't it, Lenina? See, again, that's based on real fossil evidence. It's good stuff. Yeah. So modest. I know, I'm the most modest. The most modest. No one's more modest than me, Sculpin. Oh boy, let's move on. Hey, look, this is not a big animal. Almost certainly a juvenile.
You're
And
not going to believe this,
what? What is it?
but I'm turning
Tell me.
into a dinosaur.
Mechaholic, thank you for the 26 months of support. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back. Yeah. Working back from you being 21 currently. Oh, there you go, Beats International. Oh, okay, yeah. There we go. Yes. Yeah, I'm 21 in reverse dog years. We'll put it that way. Espy, are you still here right now? Because if you are, let's talk about Daspletosaurus for you. Let me know if you're here. You are! Brilliant. Well, Espy has requested a dinosaur deep dive on this creature. Daspletosaurus. Which is a tyrannosaur from the late Cretaceous period of North America, from Alberta, Canada, and from Montana, United States of America. Daspletosaurus is, think of it as like an little bit earlier precursor of Tyrannosaurus, of T-Rex. We're going to talk about it. This is a really exciting dinosaur to be interested in right now because there's been tons of new information about this critter coming out, and there will be more in the future, too. But the study of Daspletosaurus goes back a ways. And it could possibly provide us some insights about one of my favorite current topics in dinosaur paleontology, something that really gets my motor running as a dinosaur paleontologist, something I'm deeply interested in, anagenesis. Let's first explain that. We're going to use Daspletosaurus as an excuse to talk about an important concept in evolutionary biology. So, anagenesis. Oh, this is lovely. Yeah. Kind of like we were talking about divergent and convergent evolution. Right here, we've got a concept that we call anagenesis versus cladogenesis. It goes like this. So as living things are changing and evolving, we talked about living things changing from generation to generation. Sometimes when you have a population of living things, you get a split that happens. And you get it split into two new species. This is called cladogenesis. You've got new clades generating, new clades evolving. Cladogenesis. And for a long time, this has been kind of assumed to be the primary mode of evolution in dinosaurs. And I think in large part that's due to there being very few fossils of most dinosaurs. So if everything looks different, you're going to assume that they're just splitting and splitting and splitting. Cladogenesis. With anagenesis, it's just one population evolving over time. And you can only demonstrate anagenesis if you have a lot of specimens. Then you can see those gradual changes through a population. Cladogenesis is easy to assume. It's like, oh, it looks different. That's because it split somewhere. Even if you can't find the split because you don't have enough specimens. You've got two that look different. Oh, they probably split. Anagenesis is harder to demonstrate. And as a result, it's It's been elusive. It's almost like kind of a holy grail in paleontology. Although we're starting to find more and more of it, so I don't know how holy that grail is. But yeah. Anyway, anagenesis versus cladogenesis. Now let's talk about that a little bit in the context of Daspletosaurus right here and the other tyrannosaurs. And Holy Lifton says, is anagenesis part of cladogenesis? We usually think of them as being two separate things. Although, Rakiani, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Although, honestly, anagenesis is, if you hear people like Denver Fowler talk about it, whom I agree with on this, Denver studies this kind of thing. I think he's barking up the right tree with this. Basically, it's like anagenesis is kind of the default. This is like just normally how things evolve. You're a little bit different from your parents, and your parents are a little bit different from their parents, etc. You know, evolution in a straight line. Cladogenesis is like something happens where the lineages split. They're no longer exchanging genes for whatever reason, and you get a split that occurs. Denver always says cladogenesis is like magic. It's like, you know, don't think of it as being the default. Cladogenesis, something weird had to have happened to keep those animals from breeding. And so it's pretty rare. He thinks that anagenesis might be a much more common mode of evolution in dinosaurs. But here it's like, this almost looks like anagenesis within the cladogenesis, right? Anyway, it gets complicated. And one of these days I'd like to interview Denver on this channel about this, and we can get it straight from him. But yeah, this is exciting stuff. And tyrannosaurs might be a good model organism for studying anagenesis in dinosaurs, which is kind of crazy to say. We don't have that many specimens of tyrannosaurs, but, well, here is Phil Curry talking about this way back in 1996. I'm sure that's before any of you were even born, right? Right?
But who was T-Rex's closest relative? Opinion is divided between two candidates. One from North America, known as Daspletosaurus, and another from Asia, known as Tarbosaurus.
Tarbosaurus is an animal that originally was called Tyrannosaurus as well. It has a number of differences, but when you start looking at other specifics, for example, the orientation...
Phalon, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to make anybody feel old. I was trying to make you, well, not make you, let you pretend to be young, really young if you want. I don't know. We've got some experienced people here in the chat, and that is really cool. What are you doing watching a dingus like me? I appreciate you. Let's continue.
Of the back of the skull in relation to the neck. Tarbosaurus shows a lot of characters that suggest to me, at least, that it may be more closely related to Tyrannosaurus rex.
But a recent find from Montana convinces Jack Horner of T-Rex's American ancestry.
Daspletosaurus is the animal that I believe, and some others also believe, was actually the predecessor of Tyrannosaurus rex. In other words, its ancestor. Tyrannosaurus rex was the descendant of Daspletosaurus. Tyrannosaurs, they have a big horn over top of their eye.
A lacrimal horn,
and
yeah.
We see it very dominant in Tyrannosaurus rex. We see it less dominant in this particular animal that is related to Daspletosaurus, and even less so in the more primitive Daspletosaurus.
That's pretty cool. He says this animal that is related to Daspletosaurus. It's funny because this, while I was at Montana State, while I was at Museum of the Rockies, this was named as a new species of Daspletosaurus by Thomas Carr. We'll talk about that a little bit too.
Less so in the more primitive Daspletosaurus.
The ancestry puzzle may take a long time to solve, but one trend is clear. As the Tyrannosaur family evolved, they not only grew larger, they changed to cope with their increased size.
Yep. So That's Tyrannosaurus there.
There are a lot of changes that are necessary if you're going to become a large animal.
Yep.
And this is particularly true when we're talking animals like the meat-eating dinosaurs, because essentially they were teeter-totters. They were animals where the front of the body was balanced by the tail on a fulcrum, which was at the hips.
Yep.
Now in Tyrannosaurus's case, as it got bigger, the head became disproportionately larger, and that's to house all those very large, vicious-looking teeth.
All this is true of Daspletosaurus as well, just not quite as much as in T-Rex. Daspletosaurus is a little bit smaller than T-Rex.
Consequently, we see a lot of specializations in Tyrannosaurus that are meant to bring the body weight down in front of the hips. The skull is a long, heavy skull, but many of the bones, in fact, are air-filled.
Yep.
The neck has been recurved, much more so than in earlier meat-eating dinosaurs, simply because by doing that, it could bring the head back closer to the hips and shift the center of gravity further back as well.
Mm-hmm.
Finally, and probably most conspicuously, if you look at the front limbs of tyrannosaurs,
they're not very big.
They've become also extremely short. They were relying on their head to do the killing. The limbs could be shortened up and would give it a great savings in weight on the front end of the body. And it was one more of the adaptations that Tyrannosaurus picked up.
Pretty cool. So all of this is also true of Daspletosaurus. It's got a very similar body plan there. Yeah. And it very well may have evolved into T-Rex. There's a lovely Daspletosaurus model. This is probably the best one you can get. That's really nice from PNSO. Man, they do good work. Ah, beautiful. So back in 2017, while I was still in Montana, that same skull that you saw Jack with in the video clip, Jack Horner was sitting next to that Daspletosaurus skull. That was named as a new species of Daspletosaurus. Daspletosaurus horneri. Jack didn't name it. You can't name a dinosaur after yourself. It's against the rules. Thomas Carr named it. Yeah. According to paleontologists who discovered it, this species lived in what is now Montana between 75.2 and 74.4 million years ago. And Thomas Carr says, Daspletosaurus horneri was the youngest and last of its lineage. It lived after its closest relative, Daspletosaurus turosus, which is found in Alberta, Canada. The close evolutionary relationship between the species, taken with their geographic proximity and their sequential occurrence, one right after the other, in time, suggests that together they represent a single lineage that changed over geological time, where Daspletosaurus turosus has morphed into Daspletosaurus horneri. Very cool. Yeah. There's that same skull that you saw in the video clip. And, yeah. The researchers found evidence for a rare, non-branching type of evolution in tyrannosaurs. And that tyrannosaurs had scaly, lipless faces. That's disputed. That's still an ongoing debate. But anyway, and actually the anagenesis thing is also an ongoing debate. This is 2017 that was published. So another species of Daspletosaurus. Start to watch these animals evolve, it seems. And what a cool illustration there. I really like that. I like the coloring here. But then, there we go. From November 30th of last year, new Daspletosaurus sheds light on dinosaur evolution. Very nice. Here we go. Now the discovery of a new species of Daspletosaurus in Montana in 2017. It was discovered in 2017, but named last year, 2022. Named and published. It promises to shed more light on these issues. The new creature has been named Daspletosaurus wilsoni, after Jack Wilson, former roommate of mine, who found the fossils and rocks that were intermediate in age between the other tyrannosaurs from this region. Daspletosaurus wilsoni displays a mixture of features of more primitive tyrannosaurs from older rocks, such as a prominent set of horns around the eyes and features otherwise known from later members of the group, including T-Rex, like tall eye sockets and expanded air pockets in the skull. Thus, this species appears to be a halfway point, or missing link, big quotation marks. It's no longer missing, we have it. Missing link between older and younger tyrannosaurid species. These findings suggest that the previous studies were correct in identifying several species of Daspletosaurus as a single evolving lineage, and support the descent of T-Rex from this group. This is important, because I feel like before this, there was the general consensus had shifted toward the idea of Tarbosaurus being the ancestor of T-Rex. There it is in Prehistoric Planet. There's a Tarbosaurus skeleton right there. Tarbosaurus batar, Tyrannosaurus rex. Yeah, this animal is from Mongolia and from China.
Here's something stranger than science fiction. Prehistoric fact.
And Eco Moon 1, thank you for the follow.
That's how dinosaurs are. Unpredictable.
Havala hello.
You know who else is unpredictable? Delta Rain, thank you for the 26 months of support. I really appreciate that. Welcome back, Delta. How are things? I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Eco Moon 1, hello to you too. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. And what is that emote, Delta? Delta Snug. Oh, I thought that was like a human heart or something. Snug. That's cool, Delta. I like that. Sculpin. Holy cow, 5 gift subs.
Ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, Sculpin. I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you very, very much. Good stuff. Sculpin, thank you for your support. There's now 5 more people in chat. We won't have to worry about any ads at all, thanks to you, and I appreciate you for it. Thank you, thank you. Weird noises coming from the 3D printer. Oh, we've got a little thing sticking up there. Let me... That's better. Our final piece of the coelacanth is printing, and we will hopefully be able to assemble the whole thing toward the end of the stream. So stay tuned for that. Yeah. Very exciting. Nice. I know, right, Sis Edmund? We are, Let me see how much time is left on it. Little longer than I thought. There's still 2 hours and 56 minutes left, but I'm sure that'll fly by. Maybe we'll even have to assemble it tomorrow, or maybe we'll put the last piece on tomorrow. Maybe we'll assemble the rest of it today. But back to Tyrannosaurs here. Tyrannosaurs. So this other dinosaur from Mongolia, Tarbosaurus, has long been touted as the potential ancestor of T-Rex. But a couple of things have... Oh, and nice. This is a featured article here. Good stuff. There's Tarbosaurus there. Put it in the chat for you. Yeah... This new evidence that Daspletosaurus may have actually given rise to T-Rex is compelling to people like me. But also, there was a new paper that came out that suggests that some of these fossils are even more recent than we thought. Rather than being like Campanian, they might be like late Maastrichtian. So yeah, maybe even more recent than 70 million years ago. Maybe much closer to like 68, 67 million years ago. In which case, that would make it pretty tricky for this to be the ancestor of T-Rex, because T-Rex was already here in North America by like 68 million years ago, it seems. Anyway, there have been various fossils of Tarbosaurus over the years that have been smuggled out of Mongolia, sold on the black market, and then later seized and returned to Mongolia. There's a really, really interesting book about this that I could recommend to you. The Dinosaur Artist by Paige Williams. I kind of wonder whether she chose the title for that. I don't like the title. The title is not evocative. I think it's supposed to be a play on, like, con artist? Because it chronicles, it's kind of diving into the commercial fossil industry. People smuggling fossils and selling them on the black market. This is all about that. Yeah. Yeah. A breathtaking feat of writing and reporting. A strange, irresistible, and beautifully written story steeped in natural history, human nature, commerce, crime, science, and politics. I was blown away by the depth of its characters, its vivid details, and Paige Williams' incredible command of the facts. Bottom line, this is an extraordinary debut by one of the best non-fiction writers we've got. Yeah, and here's Steve Brusatte. That was by Rebecca Skloot, written a blurb for this. Steve Brusatte, dinosaur paleontologist, says, a cracking combination of true crime, dinosaurs, and top-notch investigative journalism. Check it out. You could probably even get it on thrift books for relatively cheap. Oh, it's like The Disaster Artist. Disaster Artist? Who's that? I kid. I don't know who that is. Anyway. Yeah. So Tarbosaurus, that's dinosaur that's kind of one of the stars of that book. Anyway, so Tarbosaurus may or may not be the ancestor of T-Rex. Daspletosaurus may or may not be the ancestor of T-Rex. Yeah. Here's like a generalized T-Rex and a generalized T-Batar skulls. Tyrannosaurus or Tarbosaurus is A. Tyrannosaurus is B. They are pretty similar to one another. But, yeah. Anyway, Daspletosaurus, cool animal. Let's take a look at the actual paper of the new Daspletosaurus species. New paper describing that. There it is right there. I'll give you a link in the chat. Yeah. Oh.
It's the dinosaur bear.
Okay.
Okay. AQ95, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate that, AQ95. Thank you for keeping me online for that long. Appreciate you. Let's take a look at this paper. Yeah, this is written by Alias Warshaw and Denver Fowler. Denver Fowler was my my mentor, my crew chief for a long time in the field. You've seen him in the cold open in the welcome videos. You know Denver. Yeah. Cool stuff. Cladistic phylogenetic method, stratigraphy, and qualitative analysis of the morphology of relevant taxa supports an anagenetic model for the origin of morphological novelty in this genus, highlighting the predominance of anagenetic evolution among contemporary dinosaur lineages. So, what that means there, let me translate for you, is that by figuring out the family tree here and looking at the shapes of these bones, comparing it to other tyrannosaurs, this might be a key in unlocking how tyrannosaurs evolved in North America. And that seems to be possibly anagenetic evolution. A single line evolving over time rather than having a bunch of splits and stuff like that. So that's where it's from. I actually was digging quite nearby. I remember the same day that Jack in Denver were out prospecting and Jack Wilson found this. Shoot. Oh, it's people. There we go. Yep. So there's Denver Fowler, one of the authors on the paper. There's Jack Wilson, who discovered this specimen in the first place. And who's that? Who's that dingus right there? I don't know. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Right there, north of Hinsdale, Montana. Way out in the middle of nowhere. That was a good summer. That was a good summer. Summer of 2017. And beautiful fossils here. Absolutely gorgeous. Really, really exquisite preservation. And beautiful prep work has been done on them. Look at that lower jaw. Oof. Beautiful. And this is how much of the specimen, how much of the skeleton, the skull, excuse me, was there. So the parts in gray are the parts that are missing, but they've got a beautiful dentary, beautiful maxilla, premax, big old lacrimal horn up there. You've got the jugals and quadrates and all kinds of stuff. Lovely. And this is the model of evolution here. The idea is that Daspletosaurus torosus, the type species of Daspletosaurus, is from down here about 77 million years ago. Daspletosaurus wilsoni, about 76.5 million years ago. And Daspletosaurus horneri, about 75.5 million years ago. So, over the course of 2 million years, you've got one lineage of tyrannosaurs just kind of slowly evolving over time. That's the idea. And Daspletosaurus wilsoni is the missing link in between. It seems to be a transitional form between Daspletosaurus torosus and Daspletosaurus horneri. Watching dinosaurs evolve through time. It's pretty cool that we're able to do this kind of thing. And it's only possible if you pay really, really close attention to the rocks. If you figure out exactly how old each of these specimens are, how far back in time they were deposited. It's only through that you can do this kind of science, which is really, really cool. And now to wrap up Daspletosaurus, Denver's actually been posting some cool Daspletosaurus photos on Twitter. So let's take a look at some of those. They've got a new specimen of this Daspletosaurus wilsoni animal. A beautiful little maxilla there. This is like a subadult, it looks like. Pretty cool. This is... He posted this 2 hours ago. And, this is really neat, too. This is a replacement tooth caught in the act of pushing out its predecessor. So we know that dinosaurs replaced their teeth all the time, unlike us mammals who've got, like, more or less permanent teeth. And then when we're done with those, we're up a creek. Dinosaurs just replace their teeth all the time. Constant supply of new teeth. So as Denver says, a replacement tooth caught in the act of pushing out its predecessor. Holotype maxilla, upper jaw of the Tyrannosaur Daspletosaurus wilsoni, being 3D scanned by Amanda here at the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. So there is that tooth. The new tooth pushing out the old tooth. Isn't that cool? Yeah. I think that's really, really cool.
Are you a fan of dinosaurs? I won't get angry if you aren't.
Burrito Salad, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Isn't that a cool fossil? Yeah. And the next gen Los is that painful, or don't they have nerves in there? I kind of doubt it was painful just because that's something that they did all the time. So, here. Let me find that clip for you.
Discoveries.
Here we go. Check this out. There's Jack Horner again. So Jack Horner was Denver Fowler's graduate advisor. Denver was actually Jack's last graduate student. And I kind of worked under Jack and mostly under Denver. I didn't really have that much contact with Jack himself, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. So yeah. And Seiss has every question I wanted to ask you answered before I could type it. Seiss, I'm glad to hear that. Means I'm doing something right. Right? And Rayzilla says, how do they find out it was every year? You can kind of estimate that just based on... You can actually do histology on the teeth. So you can cut the teeth open. And you can look for, like, annual growth rings inside them. And if they're not there, that means that, like, they're cycling through their teeth too quickly for those growth rings to form. I think it's through histology that we know that. Yeah. And sharks also go through a lot of teeth. It's true, Ash Rapper, yeah. Sharks and dinosaurs. Yeah. And is the white material filler and bonding? That's water putty in there, Kennedy. Was it, there? Yeah. This is water putty. In fact, I have some of that right here. Let me get it. This stuff is great, and it's cheap. It's like $9 for this whole thing. At least I think that's how much it was. Durham's rock hard water putty. It's, yeah. It's just this kind of powdery stuff. It's kind of like flour. And you add a little bit of water to it. And then, yeah, it's water-soluble filler. You can sand it. You can smooth it. You can reverse it. You can just add water to it to get rid of it. It's wonderful stuff. Museum of the Rockies is kind of notorious for putting that on file. Some other people from other museums think it's ugly. Like Don DeBlue, who I worked with this summer, he's not a fan of water putty like this. He thinks it looks ugly. But, you know, I kind of grew up with this, and so it doesn't bother me. It's very cost effective. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon. I would be inclined to agree. Yeah. SB says, Durham's, if you're watching, time to sponsor Danny. There you go. Anywho, yeah. So tooth replacement. Pretty cool, right? Denver's been posting a lot of stuff like this. So if you're interested in Displetosaurus, you should totally follow him if you're on... Shoot, if you're still on, Hellscape, that is Twitter. There's another one right there. Yeah. Holotype of D. wilsoni. Nasal process is the thin rod-like prong at the top of the picture, right there. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. And I think that specimen... Was that the one that was helicoptered out? Well, here's a time lapse of... Oh, that is so cool. Of the maxilla being prepped out in the laboratory. That is awesome. I want to ask Denver if I can use that in like a cold open video or something. That's really neat. Isn't that cool? Here's a link to that. This is on Denver's personal YouTube page, I guess. Wasn't aware of this. Oh, and this is cool too.
And the rest of it, most of it, is in a block like this, and we think it's all curled up. And this is often what happens to tyrannosaurs after they die, or many dinosaurs after they die, is their head gets pulled back like this. For a long time, people thought that this was because the skeletons dried out, and this is what happened.
Like rigor mortis.
Yeah, so people used to think that when dinosaurs died, the ligaments all dried up in the neck, all the muscles and things, pulled the head back.
Denver's gonna say he thinks it's water doing this, right?
Happens. People have done some experiments with dead chickens, and when a dead chicken is thrown in.
Oh, and yeah, shoot, if it ends up drowning, then that head automatically curls back like that.
Of water, its head does this same thing, because it's thought that all the strong muscles in the neck usually were holding up this big head, but when it goes into water, the water supports the weight of the dinosaur, so the muscles pull back.
Oh,
and
okay.
kind of curl it up like this. So our tyrannosaur was found in a river deposit. So we think
Fluvial
this
sediments,
dinosaur
yeah.
died. It somehow ended up in a river, and it got curled up like this, and then was preserved in a sandstone. Now, one of the things that happened to our tyrannosaur after it died is that it started to rot.
Anyway, I'll give you a link so you can watch the rest of this if you would like. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. And, check this out. So that Tyrannosaur specimen, the Daspletosaurus wilsoni specimen, had to be airlifted out because it was so heavy. So a roughly 9,000-pound slab of rock. I'm sorry, how heavy? Over 9,000! Encasing a 76-million-year-old Tyrannosaur was airlifted off public lands near Glasgow, Montana, Saturday, October 16th. This is 2020, right? 2021? 2021. Yeah. There's one of the belly ribs. So they even have gastralia preserved, which is really cool. There you go, Mayor Space, yeah. The fossil and massive rock encasing it had to be removed by a Chinook helicopter because the terrain rendered the area inaccessible to ordinary vehicles. I don't know of any museum that used a helicopter this big. I've seen Blackhawks before, and they could do a fair amount of weight, but the Chinooks can lift tanks, or about 26,000 pounds, Fowler said. This is a big deal for Dickinson, North Dakota, where Denver and Liz run the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. The lift operation was made possible by a grant from the Trans-Canada Energy, ConocoPhillips, and Bureau of Land Management. Fowler said he's tremendously grateful to these organizations for their support. He said that most of the fossils they found are on public lands and are under the purview of the Bureau of Land Management. Much like the places where I dig. We worked with the BLM this summer as well, in Wyoming and in Utah. Anyway, good stuff. If you're ever in North Dakota, make sure you visit the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. It is a super cool place. And there is Denver and Liz in front of that helicopter. They look pretty happy. Yeah, check that out. That is a beast. Holy moly. I've never been in a Chinook before. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I think the only I think there might be only 2, like, American-made cargo helicopters that can lift more than a Chinook. It would be like a Sikorsky Sky Crane and a, like, Super Stallion. Yeah. In fact, let's look that up real quick. Highest load cargo helicopters. A Chinook. World's largest cargo helicopter.
Are you ready to meet the largest and most powerful helicopter ever produced among both military and civilian helicopters?
That's not it, right?
After the plane carrying a space shuttle in the last episode, we are here with a helicopter carrying planes in this episode.
Huh.
We take a closer look at the MI.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know the MI-26. I guess that can carry more than a Sky Crane or a Super Stallion. Most iconic heavy lift helicopters. MI-26 Halo. King Stallion, I think, is maybe the one I was thinking of. No, Super Stallion. I was right. It is Super Stallion. Okay. There's not enough photos in this. This is not as helpful as I thought it was going to be. But anyway. Yeah. And the Mi-26 is used for the Jarkov Mammoth. Interesting, Kennedy. Interesting. Yeah. Don't get in the bird unless it's leaking hydraulic fluid. Wait, what? Mikey likes? What do you mean? And Tomas says, what's the biggest and heaviest bone ever transported? The biggest and heaviest are going to be 2 different ones in this case. Because usually what adds the extra weight is the surrounding rock and maybe the framework around it. And it won't usually be a single bone. Here, let me explain. When, here we go. Dinosauring. Nearly complete Tyrannosaur flies out of Valley County, Montana. Oh, come on, Billings Gazette. There, hang on a second. Let's try this in Firefox and see if we can get it. There we go. So here, there had to be a big steel armature around it. Oh, boy. There we go. There's the image. Check that out. Big steel armature around it. Big steel frame, basically, to keep it from flexing. And there's, like, there's most of a Tyrannosaur underneath that in this big plaster jacket down there. So there's a lot of weight added by all the other infrastructure, and by the plaster and the burlap and the surrounding rock. Usually the heaviest part about a dinosaur in the field is not the dinosaur itself, it's everything that comes with it. Does that make sense? I don't know what the heaviest one would have been that's ever been... The heaviest dinosaur that's ever been lifted by helicopter, that might be one of them, honestly. I don't know. Yeah... And there's Denver posing with the maxilla right there in the field. Very cool. Yeah. So yeah, yeah. CH-46C night. Oh, interesting, Mikey Lex. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Daspletosaurus. A very interesting dinosaur, an exciting dinosaur, in that new work is being done on these right now. And we're getting new insights about dinosaur evolution through the study of Daspletosaurus. It's exciting stuff. It really is. Thank you, SB, for suggesting this as your dinosaur deep dive. And, yeah. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you learned something. You've got some cool new resources, too. By the way, if you want to learn more about Daspletosaurus and the Badlands Dinosaur Museum, Denver and Liz do this thing every year called the Annual Field Report.
Welcome to the 6th Annual Field Report. This is the 6th one. That's quite amazing. I always thought it was really worth starting one of these. All right, so... Oh, the first slide I always have is please consider donating
I took that picture, didn't I?
.com if you like what you see or you want to support our programming.
2017? No.
We have lots of different things that can be donated to. The history side as well, of course, not just...
That's from 2014, I think, when we were in Garfield County, Montana, because I recognize that dashboard. That's the big Dodge Ram 3500. This is Big Blue, Museum of the Rockies. This is Jack Wilson's, what was it, Ron's Surf Shack straw hat, and then there's Denver's straw cowboy hat. I took that photo, I think.
Okay, so a little outline of what I'm going to do, just an introduction to some of the people, the faces that you'll see, and then we'll talk a little bit about...
Dolly the dinosaur, welcome. Sounds like you're in the right place.
Paleo stuff.
Good to have you here.
And then we'll talk about the discoveries from the field work, and that'll probably take about 45 minutes, although I haven't timed this, so we'll see. At that point, we'll switch over to the live camera, and people will be able to ask questions, and we'll show off some of these fossils live on camera, that sort of thing.
Very cool stuff. I can fast forward to maybe some of those fossils being shown off. There we go.
Full of these pond clams. These clams, not pond clams, but quite big ones. We don't know what the Tyrannosaur was doing in the river. It could have died in the river. Maybe it was doing a river crossing, or for some reason it drowned or whatever. But equally, it could have been dead on the landscape and then was caught up in floodwaters. So we don't actually know how it ended up in the channel deposit like it was. But we can...
Anyway, I'll give you the link so you can watch the rest of this if you'd like to. There you go. Yeah. Good stuff. I just fancied some clams for a change. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. And I believe we had another... Didn't we have another Dinosaur Deep Dive request here? Earlier in the stream? Scrolling. Murph! Are you still here right now, Murph? Should we talk about the dinosaur formerly known as Ubirahara? That's it. You are. Let's talk about that, Murph. Let's talk about that little dinosaur. Ubirajara, excuse me. Ubirajara. Forgot, it's from Brazil. It's going to be Portuguese rather than Spanish, so the J, it's a hard J. Ubirajara. Ubirajara jubatus. Little theropod dinosaur. Really bizarre and interesting. So you may have seen the headlines about this critter when it first came out. Had an impressive mane and shoulder ribbons. A maned theropod dinosaur with elaborate filamentous structures has been identified by a research team led by the University of Portsmouth, or by paleontologists from the University of Portsmouth. Unfortunately, it was a stolen specimen. We'll talk about that. It may or may not have been returned to Brazil at this point. Yeah. What is especially unusual about the beast is the presence of two very long, probably stiff ribbons on either side of its shoulders. They were probably used for display, for mate attraction, intermale rivalry, or to frighten off foes. So yeah, this is soft tissue. So those things coming off of its shoulders there are not bones. They're probably almost like feather quills or something like that. Yeah. An interesting critter, for certain. Unfortunate provenance, though. It's unfortunate that this thing was stolen from the nation of Brazil. Birajara. And I don't know if we'll be able to find a good video on this. What in the world is this? Is this more like AI stuff?
In the early Cretaceous period, a remarkable dinosaur roamed what is now Brazil.
Boy.
Meet Ubirajara, the Lord of the Spear. Ubirajara was unlike any dinosaur we've seen before. Its shoulders were adorned with decorative spikes, resembling a peacock's tail. It had a long...
Yeah, no thanks. Thumbs down. This AI stuff is... I find it really unsettling. Yeah. Here we go. Prized dinosaur fossil returned to Brazil after controversy. So it came out that this fossil was actually stolen from Brazil. In Brazil, you cannot export important vertebrate fossils from the country. It is illegal to sell them and take them out of Brazil. Which, fair enough. You know, that's that nation's fossil heritage. It belongs in Brazil. And there was outcry about this. There we go. This is a big thing on Twitter a while back, when it became clear that this critter had been smuggled out of the country. Yeah. And Irritator also, yeah, named by some of the same people. Anakin Gabriel, yeah. Yeah. Repatriate me. Aw. Yeah, so you can see people were really passionate about this, and that, I find that heartening. That's, I think that's pretty cool. That's a really neat one. Oh, I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Yeah. And Ra Kiani says, yeah, I have to say, from here in the UK, we need to give a lot of stuff back from all over the world. Yeah. I mean, it should be done in a thoughtful way. But I agree with you. Yes. Unfortunately, a lot of the same economic and colonial forces that took these things from those countries in the first place took a lot of other resources out of those countries and destabilized a lot of those countries. So it's not... Some of those countries don't actually have the infrastructure that you would like to see in order to care for those important specimens. And it's because of the same kinds of practices that, like, people just taking specimens from there, people also taking resources, you know, stealing the labor of native people, that kind of thing. So it's tricky. Like, a lot of nations like that, like Egypt, for instance. Colonial practices robbed Egypt of a lot of its cultural heritage and a lot of its resources. Today, Egypt does not have, like, a national paleontology museum. They just don't. It doesn't exist there. Egypt has an incredible fossil heritage. No national paleontology museum. And you can make an argument that Egypt is less developed than it could be otherwise, and the people are less well off because they had been colonized by European powers. You know? So I would love to live in a world where these fossils are returned to their countries of origin, along with funding to create a proper museum to house them. You know? And I don't know, I'm not an expert in this kind of thing. I don't know how to make that happen, but ideally, that's what needs to happen, you know? So yeah. But yeah. And yeah, oops kapoots, that's another thing too. Yeah. Wildlife trafficking. Yep. Anywho. The article here. Prized dinosaur fossil returned to Brazil after controversy. The one-of-a-kind specimen will be housed at a museum in Santana do Cariri, near where it was found. Excellent. There we go. That's really cool. And in the background, you've got a Brazilian flag and a German flag. Yeah. Pretty neat. This celebratory image shows Brazilian researchers and government officials gather around a prized fossil of the dinosaur Ubirajara jubatus. The fossil, newly returned from Germany to Brazil, sparked an outcry in late 2020 after paleontologists published a now retracted paper about it. There it is right there. In the Journal of Cretaceous Research. I think other journals wouldn't take it because it was pretty clear that this thing had been smuggled out of the country. Yeah. Spearlord dinosaur. And Michael Kreshko, I miss him at National Geographic. I think they got rid of that job there. They were like downsizing their science reporting at National Geographic, and Michael Greshko got let go, which is a shame. I think he was possibly the best paleontology reporter then working. So in what may prove to be a landmark decision for paleontology, German officials announced this week, this is in July of 2022, July of last year, they will be returning a one-of-a-kind feathered dinosaur to Brazil, a country where the fossil was discovered. Known as Ubirajara jubatus, the dinosaur lived more than 100 million years ago. So it's from the Middle Cretaceous, thereabouts, I think. Unlike any other prehistoric creature, Ubirajara had long, spear-like feathers jutting out of its shoulders, which it most likely used in displays to jockey for social status or woo mates, just as some modern birds do. The prominent feathers gave the dinosaur its name. Ubirajara means Lord of the Spear in Brazil's indigenous Tupi language. The find was lauded when it was formally described in a scientific paper in late 2020, but almost as soon as the news broke, experts raised concerns that the fossil's export from Brazil to Germany's State Museum of Natural History, Karlsruhe, where it currently resides, was unethical and possibly illegal. For the past year and a half, a committed group of Brazilian paleontologists has led a growing global movement to repatriate fossils and call out colonialism's long shadow over modern paleontology. Ubirajara, the first feathered non-avian dinosaur discovered in South America, has become one of the primary fossils in such debates about repatriation. And so, the people at the German museum agreed that it should be repatriated. Since controversy broke over the fossil's legal status, a steady stream of academic papers has started to put numbers to the inequalities baked into paleontology, a trend often influenced by the history of colonialism. One 2021 study found that the full 97% of the data in key paleontology database had been entered by scientists in wealthy and upper middle income countries, source of bias in the fossil record created by economic inequality. Another 2021 study documented dozens of species-defining Brazilian fossils within the museums of Germany alone, with additional fossils in other wealthy countries. So with this, we send a powerful message to the world that we want a different science, free from the attitudes of the last century. Alina Gilardi, paleontologist at Brazil's Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte, who helped run the repatriation campaign, says in an email, "May a new era of more equitable collaborations open up, in which fair exchanges occur between researchers around the world." Hear, hear. Solidarity. Ubirajara has turned into a flag for Brazil's fossils cause, says paleontologist Alison Pinheiro, director from the Plácido Cicada Nuvens Paleontological Museum in Santana do Cariri, Brazil. Pretty cool. A cultural treasure. That's certainly what it is. We are working to make the community know what it has. It has a treasure, Pinheiro says. These treasures, firstly, belong to them. These treasures have the power to change their lives, to make their lives better. Fossils do have the power to make our lives better in many ways. And I'm really glad that this animal is back in its country of origin now. And what I'm curious about is whether that name will stay the same. I think it probably should, just for simplicity's sake, because everybody knows about it. This was big news. Changing the name, I don't know if that would actually do any good for the science. Yeah, but let's see. There we go. It's in quotation marks now. I thought it was. Ubirajara is an informal genus of compsognathid theropod that lived during the early Cretaceous in what is now Brazil. Yeah. The manuscript describing it was available online pre-publication, but was never formally published. Oh, because it was never formally published, both the genus and species name are considered invalid and unavailable. So that name, Ubirajara, is not going to be its official name.
In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually
Become extinct is what the alert was supposed to say. The Stephen J. Gould there. It cut off early. Casually average, thank you for the 7 months of support. I appreciate you. Thank you very, very much. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Thank you. Now this is... I hope it doesn't become confusing. Because if the name is invalid and unavailable, then they would have to come up with a new name for it after everybody already knows this name. And Sculpin, holy cow, thank you for those 10 gift subs. Holy moly, I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. And look at this wonderful tinamou bird. Do they live in Brazil? I know they live in Argentina. And, uh-oh. Oh, shoot. It's overloaded.
Sculpin01 is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Holy cow, Sculpin. Thank you, thank you. And don't worry about that tinamou bird. I'm sure he'll be fine. Thank you for your support. That means a lot to me. It really does. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. Another feathery critter. The dinosaur formerly known as Ubirajara. Remember how I introduced it that way at the beginning? The dinosaur formerly known as Ubirajara? Well, I guess it's now the dinosaur informally known as Ubirajara. Not former... Both formerly and informally known as Ubirajara. It is now withdrawn. Oof. Retracted paper. The name Ubirajara jubatus was removed from Zoobank in November 2022, which means it no longer has any nomenclatural significance. So I guess they'll have to come up with a new name for it when it is described, when it gets published on. That'll be interesting. That'll be very interesting. Legal issues, description, and phylogeny. There we go. Interesting stuff. Ubirajara. Pretty neat. Yeah. Fine mist, maybe. Aspie. No, just you wait. I'm sure that bird will be back. The Tinamou bird. Anyway, Ubirajara. An interesting critter. And you might be wondering, like, what are those filaments for? What in the world? We still don't know yet. But kind of the safe, easy default answer for an animal like this, for a dinosaur where it's got some sort of bizarre structure and we can't figure out what it's for, display is the easy answer. Anything that doesn't seem to have any functional significance, it probably evolved for display. It probably evolved in order to show off to members of the same species. And this might be one of those things that's actually, it might be sexually dimorphic. It could be that males and females were different in that regard. Maybe that's just something that the males had in order to show off to females. That's usually how it goes with birds. It's very rare for a female to be more showy or more brightly colored than a male. I think Tinamou birds might be one of the only examples. Yeah. But in talking about stuff like this, here, check this out. Sexual dimorphism, when you've got male and female birds that look quite distinct from one another. They're dimorphic. There's two morphs, two forms. It's interesting. Birds also, occasionally you get other stuff where a bird itself is like half male, half female. What do they call that? Half male, half female bird. What is this called again? Let's see. What is it called again? Shoot, I forget. Bilateral gyndraomorphism. Huh. An egg and its associated polar body are fertilized by separate sperm. The resulting individual is a male-female chimera. Pretty interesting. Oh, sorry, this is reversed. Yeah. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. Good stuff. I had mirrored it because, that was quick. Cool stuff. Birds of Paradise. The dinosaur formerly known as Ubirajara. Maybe some interesting parallels there. Yeah. Pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool stuff. And again, really nice that this dinosaur is back in Brazil. I hope it continues to be an emblem of Brazilian dinosaur paleontology.
This is a rare opportunity to view the inside story of the extraordinary world of paleontologists.
So it is.
Who they are, what they do, why what they do is important for science and society.
Dumb moths, thank you.
30 raiders have stumbled into the extraordinary world of paleontologists.
Welcome to Paleontologizing, dumb moths. It's really good to have you here. How did your stream go? Thanks for bringing everybody over. This is great. I hope you had a wonderful stream. We just got done talking about a really cool dinosaur from Brazil. It was smuggled out of that country, published on by some German and British scientists. Maybe just German scientists? I don't know. And then the paper was retracted because it was clear that the fossil was stolen. It's been returned to Brazil. And the dinosaur is going to have a new name after that because the paper was retracted. Anyway. Yeah. And we'll be doing Thursday BIRDSday in a little bit. Maybe Thursday BIRDSday just kicked off, actually, with that Bird of Paradise video. And we are eagerly awaiting the completion of our coelacanth 3D print. Our last piece is printing right now. Very excited about that. Yeah. Damas, I am having a beautiful day. Thank you. I hope you are too. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Eagerly waiting the completion. There you go, Mayor Space. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. And looks like you were doing something called Parasite Eve. Sounds creepy crawly. Very cool. Damas, very cool. Thank you for your raid. I appreciate it. Now, let me see how much time is left on our 3D print real quick, and that'll help me evaluate what we have time for in this stream. Had some worms for spooky October. Nice, Damas. Very nice. Yeah. It says we have 2 hours left on the dot. Why don't we start assembling some other pieces of our coelacanth, and then we'll do Thursday BIRDSday. This is our last piece right here, one of the pieces in the middle. But first off, if you don't know what a coelacanth is, I'm guessing some of the people here were not here for our discussion of these critters earlier. We've been talking about coelacanths for a while now. But, I wonder if this is going to be any good. Let's take a look.
Richard and his team still battle to find their first coelacanth.
Dino fish. It's nothing to do with dinosaurs, really. Driving that boat on land.
Each and every dive, they risk their lives, but to no avail.
See anything? Nothing.
Days turn to weeks, and all hope of finding this living dinosaur begins to fade.
That's not a dinosaur. It's a sarcopterygian fish. Not a dinosaur. Dinosaurs are a very particular group of archosaureptiles. This is not a reptile at all.
Everything rests on their final dive.
3, 2, 1, go!
Dining sour fish, Mr. Charity. Alright, I'm going to be gluing together some more pieces of our coelacanth here so we can get this thing assembled.
Roger, comms are good.
I feel like they dubbed this in afterward, all the dialogue there. And nitrox. Yeah, they're diving pretty deep here. They're going to have a long decompression session after this.
They drop into the twilight zone once again.
Temperature's dropping fast.
They're back in this world of extreme pressure. An untouched realm overlooked by submarines.
cool stuff.
Check everywhere. Look at all the caves and overhangs. It's now or never, guys.
I feel like they dubbed all this in over afterward. What, they're just gonna leave us hanging there? Well, shoot. Well, well, well. I think this is the same team here. This is gonna sound a little goofy. I guess this is why they dubbed it over in post, is because this is what it actually sounds like. A little bit less dignified, but more authentic, you know? It's awesome, says SP Hargan. Yeah. All right. There, I've got... Ooh. Doing these pieces here. I think they probably did find something. I think that's why we're watching this video right now. And Rayzilla, when you're down really deep, you can't use oxygen like that because I think it'll give you decompression sickness. The bends. Or something like that. There's a reason why they can't just use a regular air, like mostly nitrogen, partly oxygen kind of deal. Sorry, I got to concentrate on this. I really don't want to misalign these pieces at all, so that's why I'm not being as attentive to chat as I usually try to be. Oh, this is nice. We've got a coelacanth here. And it is coming out beautifully. Oh, I'm so happy about this. Yes. Very, very nice. Very nice. Look at that. The dorsal fin right there. It's coming along. Anyway, they keep looking around, finding some other stuff. And, oh, there's coelacanths coming up. I'll let them arrive at that organically, though. Let the tension build. That looks like a boxfish or something, or almost related to like a porcupine fish. Like a tetradontid. That might be some kind of wrasse or something right there? Or is that a rockfish? Oh, it looks more like a wrasse. And that was a filefish? Is that right, Sculpin? Oh, cool. Are they tetradontids? Are they related to like boxfish and porcupine fish and stuff? All right. So this part, the part right here is what's printing right now. Oh, that looks like a triggerfish. Is that a triggerfish, Sculpin? Cool. This is the part that's printing right now, the rear of the dorsal fin. That is what is currently on our printer, like you can see there. So I gotta wait till that's finished before I can glue that part on, obviously. But I'll start from the tail backward, moving toward the head now, gluing more pieces together. Nice. Huh. Ooh, there's the tail right there. Yeah, look at that. Ah! Let's get this glued.
Glue is cheap.
And thank you for helping me afford it there, Tommy Palaticus. Appreciate you.
You're not going to believe this, but I'm turning into...
What, Raven Guard?
A dinosaur.
After 25 months, I guess it's finally time for that, huh? Thank you, Raven Guard, for the 25 months of support. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for keeping me online for that long. Good stuff. Here, let me show you. I'm going to be gluing this on right here. Got our glue on. And let's stick this together. This is the end of our coelacanth tail. And I got to be really careful about how I line these up because I only have a few seconds to get it right before that super glue, the cyanoacrylate, starts to kick. Although I tried to go a little bit light on that with this. But oh, I can feel it. I can feel it. It's kicking already. It's heating up. Nice. That is going to be just about perfect right there. Very nice. Very nice. Uh-oh. They've got to decompress for a long time so that they don't get nitrogen bubbles building up in their veins or arteries or both.
Glue is cheap.
In their blood vessels. Printing filament is not. There you go, Tommy Palaticus. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wow. Very nice. Did they... Oh. They will find some coelacanths here. Just you wait. Not showing you this video for nothing. Peter, no! Yeah, the coelacanth got him, Valiant Cheese. Where is Peter? Says Delta Rain. Where is Peter? Yeah. Are there any brands of glue I would avoid for plastic? Asked Must Love Pickles. Wood glue, rubber cement, something like that. I don't know. I'm not a chemist. I don't know very much about. I probably don't actually know as much as I should about the interactions between different types of glue and different types of plastic. But I use PLA plastic here on my printer. That's polylactic acid. And I found that this cocktail that I can put together of these two different glues works wonders on projects like this. This is Bob Smith Industries cyanoacrylate and Gorilla Glue Clear Grip. They work really, really well together. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Welcome, Must Love Pickles. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Up. Language. All right. Okay. Yeah. Look at that. Extraordinary. Oh, I remember this video. Yeah, there's just a lot of cussing into the regulator there. Yeah. But there you go. Latimeria Cholumnae. Columnae? It's after the Cholumna or Columna River? I don't know if that's a hard C or a CH. But look at that. What an astonishing animal. Looks chill, says Delta Rain. Watch as it turns. Whoosh. Yeah. I guess I'm famous now. There you go, Anakin Gabriel. Yeah. Yeah. And Linus is seeing how they move their fins. Makes me really appreciate how dynamic the 3D print is. I know, right? The way that those fins are arranged on here, yeah. I love how they kind of captured that in this 3D model. It's really cool stuff. Yeah. And the tail is so weird as well. Yeah, that's what we call a Diffie circle tail. There, Anakin Gabriel. Yeah. That was actually the last question on last week's Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist review game. Was about the Diffie circle tail right there. I've heard this referred to as a puppy dog tail. It's pretty neat. It's pretty neat. Isn't that a cool looking tail, Razilla? It's awesome. That's one of the big distinguishing features of a coelacanth. Is that really neat tail. Alright, I'm gonna have to do a little bit of sanding on here. But check that critter out. Yeah. Here, let's pull up another coelacanth video real quick. Before we return to this one, before you see the creature again live in the flesh. Let's see here. Here we go. Don't want to see all this carnage. That's not what we're here for. But that's young David Attenborough there. Oh, these poor fishes. Here we go. Yeah. And Nescalo, holy cow, thank you for that gift sub there. I appreciate it. Here, let's scoot back a titch and turn the sound back on. Yeah. Thank you, Nescalo. I appreciate you. Hmm. Pretty cool, right? Pretty neat. Yeah, I don't know. It's more of a Lazarus taxon than it is a living fossil. But yeah. There we go. What an incredible creature. Super special animal, the coelacanth. And there were fishes like this, other coelacanths that lived way back in the age of dinosaurs, and they look a little different. You know, no two species of coelacanth look exactly the same, obviously. But, it's cool because this is a group of fishes that was thought to have been extinct for more than 60 million years. And then in 1938, bam! There's a live one. Holy cow. They're a fairly obscure group of fossil fishes, but they're well known to paleontologists for a long time, prior to their discovery in the modern. Pretty neat. Yeah. But yeah, and aren't their speckles really cool, Claybert? They've got a really cool patterning on them. They're just beautiful animals. They really are. Gorgeous critters. Pretty extraordinary. Yeah, and what about Nautilus? Was the story similar? No, Tomas. Though Nautilus have been known about for a long time. And they were actually discovered first, well, obviously they were discovered first as living animals before any fossil Nautilus were ever discovered. Yeah, and Nautilus are not particularly close to ammonites, if that's what you're thinking of too. Those fossil critters, ammonites? Ammonites are actually much more closely related to octopus than, yeah. Yeah. No, not Nautilus the ship, Nautilus the cephalopod. For which the, various submarines have been named throughout the years. First, I think, in Jules Verne's novel. Not first, I think. Definitely first in Jules Verne's novel. And then, there were various European and American submarines named the Nautilus over the years. Oh, goodbye, coelacanth. Pretty extraordinary. It was pretty tolerant of those annoying that's you Harkin, yeah. Yeah, they're pretty chill fishes, you know? Yeah. Pretty neat. And they don't really hunt, right? So I think they eat critters down in the mud, yeah. Yeah. I think they eat crustaceans and worms and critters like that. Like most fishes, they are carnivorous. There's very few herbivorous fishes. There's very few fishes that only eat, like, plant material. Or that mostly eat plant material. Almost all fishes are at least omnivorous, if not, like, fully carnivorous. But yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Here, I'm gonna put some more glue on here, and we're gonna keep assembling our tail. And Razilla says, would it be possible to catch a couple coelacanths and repopulate them? They do not do well in captivity. They really, really don't. They don't do well in shallow water, so they've been brought up to the surface and have shortly died thereafter. I can show you an example. Come on now, YouTube. YouTube search used to be so much better. It used to actually show you what you were searching for, rather than just showing you a bunch of other random videos that it thinks you'll like. Oh, this is pretty neat. Here.
This is a coelacanth, and
is that John Long?
It was often called a living fossil because it was first found alive in 1938 off the coast of South Africa, where fossils of it were well known for hundreds of years, and people thought they died out with the extinction of the dinosaurs, 66 million years ago. And then suddenly they found a living one off South Africa, and scientists were totally blown away by this because they thought a fish like this could teach us a lot about the evolution of fishes to land animals, because it had these fleshy, thick lobe fins that are the the beginnings of arms and legs in later vertebrates. And this is a fossil coelacanth, which isn't too different from the living coelacanth, is that this is the front part of the skull where the eye is, and this is the back part of the skull. And we see here a gap between the front and the back part of the skull. So this is a joint that runs right through the brain case. So these things have a hinged skull. And this was always thought to be something that only prehistoric fish have, because ancient fish that lived 400 million years ago in the Devonian have this kind of hinged skull. And these were the sorts of fish that gave rise to the very first land animals, or tetrapods. Why do these things have a hinged brain case? We've solved that mystery in this paper today. And the reason is that as the coelacanth head grows from a very tiny pup, it has a cartilaginous rod called the notochord that props up the skull. It sort of sits underneath the skull. And in all vertebrates we have this notochord, and usually the skull grows forward of the notochord, so the notochord doesn't interfere with the growth of the head. But it does in the coelacanth. The coelacanth's unique. I've been working with a team from France led by Hugo Tutel, who's now actually at the University of Bristol in the UK. And I was privileged to be invited to contribute to this paper for Nature by a French team of biologists and paleontologists because of the work we're doing on fossil coelacanths, that we could input into this paper about the brain of the living coelacanth.
Pretty neat. Yeah. And there was the print. Wait, did he have a print there? No, that's a commercially available toy that you can get, Claire. That's not the print. Yeah, I think that's a Safari Limited one. Yeah. There we go. That's it right there. Yeah. Cool. It's cool looking, but it's not as cool, of course, as the 3D print. Much more detailed here. Yeah. So yeah. Neat stuff. Neat stuff. And here is footage from Indonesia of an Indonesian coelacanth. There's a second species that lives in the oceans off Indonesia. They're not found all over, no. Only right there in that rectangle, and then right there in Indonesia. Yeah. They've only been found in those two little places. And only in very particular habitats. They only live in really rocky, deep ocean places with lots of underwater caves. It seems to be the only place where they can survive today. Yeah. Here. This might be some of the same footage we saw earlier. Yeah, see, they dubbed it over. Pretty incredible. Stormtroopers again, yeah. You know what's going on? Must be another drill. Pretty neat. Pretty neat fish. An extraordinary animal. And those spots on the whale shark, that makes sense, Rayzilla. I think most animals that have got patterning like that seems kind of randomized is more or less randomized. Whether it's a tiger's stripes or a zebra's stripes, a leopard's spots. I think that's pretty typical. Coelacanth blue. Paleo Entertainment. Isn't it a beautiful blue color? It's really lovely. And I am going to paint it just like the one in the video, Tomas. Yes. Look at how beautiful that is. Extraordinary. Those paired fins like these. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. And Razila says it would be. Yeah, I agree. It would be really sad if these beautiful fish die out. Here, let's take a look at this little video. I've never seen this one before.
Hello, and welcome to the Church of the Giant Floating Question Mark.
What? I don't know what this is about, but...
Not unlike the supervisor at your last job, the coelacanth is an order of bottom-dwelling, carnivorous ocean fish that grow up to 6.5 feet long and weigh up to 200 pounds.
So yeah, 6.5 feet long. That is going to be about twice the size of my coelacanth model, which is... Shoot, I need to switch cameras here. There we go. Yeah, there's some pieces in between there, but this is a decent size model for certain. Yeah. This is going to be about a half-grown coelacanth, I suppose.
But they're not just huge and crazy ugly. They're also one of the most interesting animals in all of biology.
Yeah, they get big.
People used to think coelacanths were extinct. Imagine if tomorrow...
Ugly. Yeah, they aren't ugly. Did she say ugly?
A herd of adorable triceratops were still alive, living somewhere in the rainforest of South America. Well, trade that genus of dinosaur for an order of lobe-finned fish, and that's pretty much what happened with the coelacanth. Up until the 1930s, scientists only knew about the coelacanth from the fossil record. Everyone thought these fish had been extinct for about 65 million years. But in December 1938, a South African museum curator named Marjorie Courtney Latimer got a call from a fishing fleet manager asking if she wanted to take a look at a selection of fish caught near the mouth of the Columbia River off the coast of South Africa. When Courtney Latimer examined the haul, she found a strange 5-foot-long blue-gray fish with fins that resembled gross, stumpy legs. Together, Courtney Latimer and a nearby chemistry professor and amateur ichthyologist named J.L.B. Smith worked to identify the newly discovered fish and realized that that order of coelacanth had survived, unrecognized, unappreciated, and unloved, into the present day. Today, there are only 2 known species of coelacanth left alive, the Latimeria menadensis and Latimeria columni. Both get their genus name from Courtney Latimer. Now, no one knows exactly
Marjorie
how
Courtney
many
Latimer.
specimens of each species are left on Earth, but scientists consider both to be rare and threatened, which is just one reason why you shouldn't eat them. The known coelacanth populations left alive today can usually be found near caves around deep, rocky areas off the coast of volcanic islands. During the daytime, they usually hide inside the caves, and at night they emerge to hunt, which they do by passively floating in the water, waiting for favorite snacks like squid and octopus to drift by. So really, it just sounds like me in college.
Yeah, they're not the biggest brains.
An adult coelacanth takes up less than 1.5% of its cranial cavity. The other 98.5% of the cavity is literally just full of fat. You can chalk this up to something called negative allometric growth, when an organ doesn't grow as fast as the rest of the body. When the coelacanth is young, its brain takes up much more of the cranial cavity. But as the fish grows bigger, the brain doesn't grow proportionally. The skull keeps getting bigger, but the brain stays the same. Poor derpy fish.
Hey, have some respect. These critters have been around for a very, very long time. Check that out. Yeah, we got the second dorsal fin on there. Very, very nice. Yeah, that is lovely. And look at how it's posed. I love how it's, you know, those fins move from side to side as the fish swims. They kind of scull through the water. These fish are capable of doing really, really interesting maneuvering. They can swim backwards, they can swim upside down, they can do a headstand, they can kind of moonwalk through the water. It's pretty neat. Kind of mesmerizing to watch them swim. Really, really cool critters. They're like the helicopters of the seas, sort of. Except not really, I don't know. It's like a blimp mixed with a helicopter, mixed with a submarine. Omnidirectional fish? Yeah, absolutely, Rayzilla. They're really cool.
Unlike any other living fish species, coelacanths have a special intracranial joint that works like a hinge for the anterior portion of their skulls.
Yeah, we saw that video with John Long about
Underneath
this.
the upper jaw, known as the basicranial muscle, this hinge helps coelacanth generate a stronger bite force. They also have a unique rostral organ in the nose, which they use as part of their electrosensory system. Very fancy. Have you ever been curious to taste the meat of an endangered ancient animal? Sure,
No.
we all have. But let us insist, you do not want to eat a coelacanth. Its meat has been described as slimy, oily, and mucus-covered with a foul smell, not unlike the stuff in my college fridge. Even better, coelacanth flesh is full of urea, which is a nitrogen-based compound that your kidneys cleanse from your blood and then
Yes,
you
it could make
excrete
you
in your
sick, right?
pee. Yeah, so it's kind of like eating greasy urine fish. But it's also full of wax esters, which are molecules of indigestible junk that your body will probably discharge in a flood of unstoppable oily diarrhea. Local fish catchers call it gumbessa, meaning taboo, suggesting there's already cultural knowledge that this guy is not good for eating. So
And that's local fishermen in the Comoros Islands and nearby. Gombessa is the regional term for it there. It's something. It's like Raj something something in Indonesia. Some enterprising chatter can look it up and type it into the chat. But there's a local name for these fishes in Indonesia as well, where Latimeria Mendoensis, where it lives in Indonesia. There's another local name for it. Raj something.
So if Captain D's jumps on that
Means king of the sea.
food bandwagon and launches an ad campaign for like a double fried coelacanth taco or whatever, just consider yourself warned. I'm just reeling in some videos. Well, what's your favorite?
Yeah, okay, I'll give you a link to this. Raja Lout, thank you, Claire Burr. Thank you. Good stuff. And holy cow, who is this? Rex Zenex. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Howdy. How are you doing? Welcome to the channel. I'm working on assembling a semi-life-size coelacanth model, which is almost finished 3D printing. We've got probably like an hour and a half left on that. But yeah. Front half right here. Tail right here. And working on the midsection right now. And putting together some more of those fins. So yeah. And you're a killifish in Cichlid Man. Much prettier. Killifish can be pretty. Cichlids too, but I don't know. There's something special about the coelacanth. And I'm tempted to play this other video again because I love it so much. Here, take a look at this. I know we watched it several times already, but I just can't get enough of it. This video is fantastic. Yeah. Yeah. I love the animation style in this.
You have this fish it's like a sort of living time machine.
Yeah.
It was like looking at a dinosaur. This creature that has been around for 400 million years.
It was December the 22nd, 1938. On this hot December day in East London, South Africa, a trawler came into town and deposited its load of fish, and the trawler captain had a habit of keeping any odd-looking, interesting specimens and giving them to the curator of the local museum, Marjorie Courtney Latimer.
She loved nature so much, and she wanted to make the museum's collections the best they possibly could be. And so she went down to the harbour side. She describes picking through this big pile of slimy fish and eels, and then suddenly she saw poking up.
Ooh. What did she see?
Sort of strange blue fin.
It's a very distinctive kind of fish with strange, fleshy, limb-like fins. This thing was like nothing she had ever seen.
She said to the chairman of the museum, "I think this is something really special." He went, "Oh no, little Latimer, it's just a rock cod." But she knew in her
He was so wrong. He was so wrong.
She thought, well, I've got to find a way to preserve it. So she set off on Christmas Eve in East London.
I love this video.
She tried to get the local cold storage company to take care of it.
They said, "Oh, no way, go away."
She tried to get a local mortuary to embalm it.
They said, "Oh, we can't have any stinking fish here." She said, "Why? All the other people in here are dead anyway."
So eventually it was given to a taxidermist.
And she thought, well, I've got to find someone to identify this fish. And she immediately thought of Professor J.L.B. Smith,
who was the only ichthyologist in South Africa.
So she drew
And he wasn't even a professional ichthyologist.
and
J.L.B. Smith, I think, was a chemist at the time. I don't know if he was working in private industry or as a chemistry professor, but he couldn't actually make a living as an ichthyologist, even though fish were his greatest passion. And so he was working as a chemist. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, it looks nothing like a cod, or was he blind, says Tomas? I don't know.
letter. As soon as he saw the fish, he walked round and round it slowly.
He practically fainted.
He said it was like bombs going off in my head, and I was seeing the shape of a fish known only from fossils.
It's such a characteristic shape. It's like the outline of a Viking ship.
This was the coelacanth, a fish that was thought to have become extinct 65 million years ago.
66 now, but yeah.
A dinosaur had just come into your living room.
You know, 400 million years ago, these were just a bunch of fishes, very much like other kinds of fish that were around at the time. But now they are these absolute anomalies. There's nothing else like it on the planet.
They had, in fact, made the discovery of the century.
It was given
Pretty cool.
the name Latimeria chalumnae in honor of Marjorie Courtney Latimer.
Without her, the specimen wouldn't have been preserved.
Yep.
The key excitement was the fact that this was such an obvious living fossil.
Charles Darwin came up with the term. It's sort of dumb in a way, because if it's alive, it can't be a fossil. Well, what it means
True.
is there's an early fossil record, then a total gap, and then there happens to be a living one.
That's really more a Lazarus taxon,
Hundreds
but
and hundreds of its
whatever.
relatives haven't become extinct.
One of the things that I love about the coelacanth is that it's seen history past.
when the coelacanths first appeared as
I love this little perspective here.
fin fishes, among other similar-looking forms, well, what can you say about the world? They shared the waters with strange, armored, jawless fish with sucker-like mouths.
Yep, agnathan fishes. Placodonts? Placoderms? Placoderms.
Started nosing around in the shallows, and then I suppose from the coelacanth's perspective just sort of disappeared out of view as they emerged up onto the land.
I like to sort of think of the coelacanth saying, bye and good luck.
We get into the period of the coal swamps, producing so much oxygen that it becomes possible for dragonflies the size of falcons and millipedes longer than a man.
So this, from what I understand, might not be the current consensus anymore, that those arthropods did get that big. You had arthropods like longer than a car. Millipede relatives like Arthropleura, longer than a car at the time. Huge. Like 4 meters long. But that may not have been because there were higher oxygen levels. I'm sure that didn't hurt, but there were lots of relatives of these guys that were also very small. I think the general consensus is that they just didn't have a lot of competition from vertebrate animals at the time. And there was plenty of food, so they just got really big. But they were probably pretty slow-moving, given that they were that large. And they may have just been outcompeted by vertebrate animals. And that's maybe why you don't have very large arthropods on land today.
The world is suddenly...
And that was Dunkleosteus there. Razilla, yeah.
Like 90% of all species disappear. Coelacanths sort of keep going. They're perhaps taking a bit of a knock, but there are quite a lot of them that swim around, do the coelacanth thing. Another huge mass extinction. Then mammals diversify on the land, primates emerge, one primate lineage starts standing up on its hind limbs, starts speaking, and here we are. And meanwhile, coelacanths, well, they haven't really changed. That is a truly astonishing thing.
Pretty neat. Pretty neat.
Personally, it is just that the world should have such things in it. That it should be possible to see this kind of improbable ghostly messenger from the very deep past.
And I just hope that the coelacanth manages to outlive us all and keep going and witnessing what is to come.
I just realized that was Samantha Weinberg, the author of a lovely book on the coelacanth called A Fish Caught in Time. Fantastic book if you're curious about this critter, want to learn more about it. Written for a popular audience, very non-technical. Excellent, excellent book. A Fish Caught in Time. The story of the search for the coelacanth by Samantha Weinberg. Excellent, excellent book. Oh yeah, yeah. Cool stuff. Yeah. And with that having been said, well, coelacanth is really coming along. We've got about an hour left, I believe, on this print here. And that is... It's not actually our final piece, because I just realized I accidentally printed this fin twice? Is that right? No. This one should just go right on here easy, and it's not for some reason. No, it does. Sorry, I'm crazy. There it goes. I'll glue that on. Yeah, then we'll have all the pieces printed. Mm-hmm. Here's a little video on this critter here.
Very interesting fish, big scales, fleshy limbs, and it looked from the fossils like this was the missing link that walked out of the water and evolved into the amphibians. It was thought extinct for 80 million years, until 1938, when a living coelacanth was caught off South Africa. It would be like finding a Tyrannosaurus rex running around in Golden Gate Park. It was a pretty exciting discovery. A second specimen was caught in 1952. This was caught in a French colony called Grand Comore near Madagascar. These islands had never really been studied with scuba, and so we were able to go down and make collections of fishes and invertebrates that no scientist had ever seen. Can you imagine having a job where they pay you to scuba dive, where you can go out and discover new species of fish 3,000 feet underwater? And you can make a
Pretty
difference
cool.
in life on Earth. You can try and educate other people to care, hopefully as much as I do, about maintaining life on Earth.
Very cool stuff. That's part of what I'm trying to do here, too. Guess in a way, I get paid to do that by you, the viewers. I get paid to do stuff like this. Holy cow. We've got that fin on there now. Two beautiful fins on our beautiful coelacanth here. Yeah. Lovely. Lovely. Oh man, this makes me so happy. Yeah. Oh, and you know him. Very cool, Sculpin. And almost finished. Yeah, there you go. I could attach this part to here, but I want to make sure everything's lined up properly. So, I think, why don't we get into Thursday BIRDSday? Then when that's done, I can attach those last and final pieces. Yeah. Really fishing for jokes now, says Dex Phantom Hawk. Oh boy. Fish puns, I'm hooked. Kickity. Oh no. This is getting finny, says Miss Yvette. You know, at this point, everybody, I almost feel like you're doing this on purpose.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I know porpoises are cetaceans. They're, you know, artiodactyl mammals. But mammals are still sarcopterygian fishes. So it's a real stretch. I know it doesn't work. But anyway. Yeah. Yeah. So we're going to jump from one kind of sarcopterygian fish, the coelacanth, a coelacanth right there. We're going to jump from the coelacanth to a different clade of lobe-finned fishes, represented here by this lovely bunting. Chat, at long last, it is time for Thursday BIRDSday. This, well, let's just play a little, you know what, let's play a different one today. Where is my Thanksgiving opener? That deals with the dinosaurness of birds. Here we go. Happy Thursday BIRDSday.
I'm Bill Johnson. Around here, they just call me Dad. I've been trying to read, but I just can't seem to do it. Thanksgiving Day. We Johnsons had a good Thanksgiving, the best we've ever had. And I can't help thinking that what made it better was a real feeling of thankfulness. And that's odd, too, when you consider the shape things were in when I got home from work yesterday. My kids, Dick and Tommy and Susan, were all home from school. And of course, Mother and the baby were there. His kids will. Mine were living tomorrow right along with today, looking forward to Thanksgiving. And like most men, I'm glad it was Mother instead of me who had to break the news to them.
Tomorrow's Thanksgiving.
Turkey and dressing and pie and cake.
And fruit salad and whipped cream and cranberries. Gee, I can hardly wait. Me too.
Well, you know, children, we've had a lot of expenses this month, and, well, your father and I thought that, well, the truth of the matter is, there just won't be any turkey this year.
No turkey for Thanksgiving?
Oh, I'm going to make a pumpkin pie. We'll have plenty to eat, but, well, we'll just have to get along without turkey.
Mom, you don't mean it. It won't be Thanksgiving at all.
Even the pilgrims had a feast. After all, isn't that what Thanksgiving's for? I don't think it's fair.
And it was right there that I came in, right in the thick of it. Hello, everybody.
Hi,
Hello, Mother, Dick, Susan. Well, what's been going on around here? What's the matter with everybody, anyway?
Mom says we're not going to have any Thanksgiving. No turkey, no good thing.
A fat lot we're gonna have to be thankful for.
Oh, I don't think you kids really mean that.
We do too. We've always had turkey for Thanksgiving.
Yes, and everybody else in the block's gonna have it this year, as always.
Yes, we've always had turkey, just as a lot of Americans have had it, and we'll keep on having it. Turkey on Thanksgiving's a great American tradition. But what you kids are saying makes it sound as if the turkey's the only thing we had to be thankful for.
Well, gee whiz, no, Dad. It's not that at all.
Oh, I know, Dick. With turkey, it's easy to lose sight of what Thanksgiving really means.
Dinosaurs. Dinosaurs. Dinosaurs.
Thanksgiving really means.
Dinosaurs.
We now recognize that birds are dinosaurs. Birds are dinosaurs. Birds are dinosaurs.
Jack Horner told us that birds are dinosaurs. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Dinosaurs. Dinosaurs.
That should really say Happy Thursday BIRDSday. I don't have a Thursday BIRDSday cold open video stinger video transition yet, but I've been working on one. I have got a solid idea for a song, and it's just going to take some time for me to sit down and get it done. But I'm going to be so busy over the next few weeks with TwitchCon and with I talk for SVP and various other things. It might be a while until it's done. Anyway, Thursday BIRDSday, as the new video would explain if I had it done, Thursday BIRDSday is our time once a week where we celebrate the fact that dinosaurs never went completely extinct. We still have... how many species of living birds today? Living dinosaurs? 9,000! We have a lot. Nearly 10,000. Or more than 10. It depends who you ask. But it's a lot. Birds themselves are living dinosaurs. And, chances are there's a dinosaur outside of your window right now. Some kind of bird. Thursday BIRDSday for us means that... Here's how it works. Pay attention to the birds outside you. Outside you. Outside your house. Outside in the outside. Pay attention. It's been a long stream, everybody, so far. But we're hanging in there. Pay attention to the birds outside. And if you can, see if you can snap a photo of one. They are outside of Starkwind, yes. Hopefully they are. If they're not, then there's... Consult a doctor or something. Anyway, see if you can snap a photo of one of those birds, then post it to the Discord. And then we go over those photos on Thursday BIRDSday. We talk about them. We celebrate the dinosaurian heritage of our feathered friends on this holiest of days of the week, Thursday. Thursday BIRDSday. There we go. And... Thursday BIRDSday, here we are. Beautiful. And, looks like Mayor of Space is first today. Mayor of Space is in 2016. My dad and I took a trip to Oahu. Wow. We stayed on a lake. I think it was Kaelepulu Pond. This bird, I think some kind of kingfisher, like to hang out on the dock. This is some kind of heron. That's a black-crowned night heron there, Mayor of Space. That is a black-crowned night heron. Yeah, we have many of those here in the San Francisco Bay Area. In fact, that is the official municipal bird of Oakland, California. Yeah. Oakland's black-crowned night heron. Pretty cool critter. They've got these beautiful red eyes, too. And it's crazy, like, how... They've got so much range in terms of their, what they look like. They can look like this, all scrunched up. They can stretch their neck way out. They can look like this. They're pretty cool critters. The black-crowned night heron. Oakland's official bird. Yeah. There was I guess a campaign by a bunch of school kids and their teacher in order to make the black-crowned night heron the official bird of Oakland. Pretty cool. So yeah, they are really, really neat critters. They're really neat critters. I love night herons. They're pretty neat. Let's watch a little video about them, maybe. Yeah. Oh boy, and they can catch some big fishes there. There's some kind of, it's actually punctured this fish with its beak. Look at that. Some kind of catfish, looks like. It's going to try and swallow that whole fish. Oh, man. They're such dynamic birds. They can change shapes so much. It's pretty crazy. Yeah. Here, take a look at this. All right. Every spring, about 100 black-crowned herons migrate to the zoo's birdhouse, their only rookery in Washington, D.C. The birds leave the zoo and begin their migration south in the fall, but scientists never knew where the birds went. Until now. Secrets of the night heron. They hang out on a lawn? Now they're gonna get tagged so they can be tracked. Smithsonian Migratory Bird Center scientists custom-fitted 6 black-crowned night herons on July 7th, 2014 with tracking devices. Ooh. The devices use cell phone technology, ooh, fancy, to transmit location data. This will give scientists their first complete glimpse of the heron's migration. Scientists weighed each bird, banded each bird, and fitted them with tracking devices. Nice. I love how their legs just kind of stick out like that when they're being held. Yeah. Cool stuff. And they're being set free. There you go. Very nice. Now, these are a really important bird locally here in the Bay Area.
Official city bird is in danger, so this week the Oakland Zoo and Audubon Society are relaunching a rescue program to save the wild birds nesting along the streets of Oakland. KTV's Jana Katsuyama joins us live now to explain.
And Christina, many people might not even realize that Oakland has an official city bird, let alone be able to name it if they saw it up in the trees. But right now is its nesting season, and that...
Or if they found its droppings on their car. It's, holy cow, when they hang out in those trees, the ground underneath is just pasted white. It's pretty impressive, honestly.
Brings it into a very difficult and dangerous time for the baby birds that are beginning to hatch.
I am doing your bird mayor space, yeah.
Springtime in Oakland brings birds of a certain feather together.
Yep.
People think of city birds, they think of, pigeons, and maybe these days we think of crows.
But look closely in the trees downtown and listen. And you might find yourself facing the city of Oakland's official bird.
We have these amazing black-crowned night herons that have nested in Oakland for hundreds of years.
But Glenn Phillips, executive director of the Golden Gate Audubon Society, says the black-crowned night heron needs help. So they're partnering with the Oakland Zoo on a rescue mission.
These are feathered dinosaurs.
Phillips says
they are. He's right. They are feathered dinosaurs. That's a great clip, actually.
On a rescue mission.
These are feathered dinosaurs.
Phillips says the problem is that the herons have moved over the years from Lake Merritt to colonies downtown at 12th and Harrison, as well as over at Oak and 10th.
This is a wildlife problem that's happening right here in Oakland, right in our own backyard.
Colleen Kinsley, Vice President of Animal Care and Conservation at the Oakland Zoo, says when the baby herons hatch, they aren't able to fly, so they often fall from the trees onto the pavement.
They can get hit by cars, attacked by dogs, and the parents oftentimes won't continue to feed them because it's too dangerous even for the parents to come down to the ground.
This week, the zoo relaunched their heron rescue teams for the first time since the pandemic shut down the program.
We were able to hire 4 part-time employees to be our heron rescue team.
The rescue teams go on patrol, searching the colony nesting grounds for any hatchlings.
We're just trying to provide them with that little bit of extra help of, getting some food, getting some warmth, getting some protection until they're maybe 2, 3, 4 weeks older and can live on their own.
The rescue program was launched after a tree in Oakland fell in 2019, endangering a colony of herons and snowy egrets nesting in its branches. Since then, the Oakland Zoo has taken the rescued baby herons to the International Bird Rescue in Fairfield, where they're fed until they're strong enough to be released back into the wild.
They're not an endangered species, but they're a species of concern because they're really important indicators of the health of our environment.
Pretty cool stuff.
And the Oakland Zoo is distributing flyers and postcards with a special rescue hotline for people to call if you see a baby bird on the ground. And back here live, they tell me that they have funding enough for 3 years to continue this program, but they are certainly looking for support. They hope to continue protecting these herons well into the future.
Let's hope they get that support too. Jana Katsuyama live in Oakland. Jana, thank you.
Pretty cool stuff. The black-crowned night heron. What a wonderful bird. And yeah, Mayor Space, that's what it was there that you saw on Oahu. I wonder, they must have been introduced there. I don't think they're native to the Hawaiian Islands. Yeah, very cool. And Charlie's Dragon has got some doves? No, some crows? Some kind of, I almost said ratite. Why did I say that? Corvid. Some sort of corvid. Very cool, Charlie's Dragon. Look at them. I'm not sure what kind of corvid this is, but this is like probably related to the crows that we have here in North America, like the American crow. Yeah. Reanimated Bit says, Danny, what do you think about kiwis and kakapos? I think they're very cool. And we've talked about both of those awesome New Zealand birds here on this channel before. Yeah. Anyway, I'm not sure who these are. They're Charlie's Dragon, but they are very cool. Thank you for sharing. Yeah. Oh, some of the local jackdaws picking food or insects out of the grass. Then I got too close trying to take a better picture and they fled, but you got an action shot. That is neat. I like that. Nicely done there, Charlie's Dragon. Nicely done. Jackdaws are a kind of corvid, aren't they? Okay, let's look them up. Jackdaw. Eurasian jackdaw. I do believe they are a kind of corvid, are they not? Yeah, Corvus. They're within genus Corvus. Very nice. Like Corvus corax, that is the same genus as the American raven. Very cool. Very cool. And Axeman says the great blue heron is the biggest dinosaur I've seen in West Virginia. Impressive to see when you happen upon them on the ground. I know, right? They're so tall. Great blue herons get big. They're pretty neat. Yeah. And Sice says, my son wants to know how alligators and crocodiles are not in the dinosaur world. Oh. Well, they are and they aren't. Let's talk about that a little bit. So, yeah. Great question, first of all. Here, let's have a different... Let's talk about archosaurs real quick, shall we? Yeah. So, you want to know what is a dinosaur and what isn't? This is a great little resource for that. What is a dinosaur and what isn't? A little poster here. So, crocodiles and their relatives, what we call crocodilians over here where the mouse cursor is. See it wiggling there? These guys are not dinosaurs because they're not part of this branch. Dinosaurs start here. Everything up from there is a dinosaur. Crocodiles are kind of like cousins to the dinosaurs. You've got to go back a little bit further to get to their common ancestor. They share a common ancestor here, but that splits off. You get crocodiles evolving over here, and over there you get dinosaurs evolving. But they are close to the dinosaurs. They're part of a group we call the archosaurs. So they're really close relatives. Crocodiles are like cousins to the dinosaurs, to put it simply. That being said, crocodiles and early alligators, they lived at the same time as the dinosaurs. So you may have seen famous images like this right here. There's an ancient giant alligator trying to snap up this Daspletosaurus like we were talking about earlier. There were crocodiles and alligators that lived at the same time as the dinosaurs. But again, they're not dinosaurs, they're like cousins to the dinosaurs. Does that make sense? Yeah. So, good stuff. Yeah. So that's why they're not dinosaurs. Even though they lived at the same time, and they're still around today, they're not part of the dinosaur part of the family tree. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anyway, Sice, thank you for posting that, and I hope that made some kind of sense. I hope that's less mysterious now. Yeah. And no, that was Dinokairos there. Or Dinokairos. Dinosuchus was the, It's actually an alligatorid, isn't it? Isn't this a giant alligatorid? Dinosuchus? Dinosuchus. Yeah, an alligatoroid crocodilian. So it's from the alligator family. Big animal. This is the one at the museum in Salt Lake. I've live streamed this one before, at least once. Back in the day. Yeah. Dinosuchus. The biggest alligator that ever lived, as far as I know. Pretty cool. Yeah. These guys went extinct just before the end of the age of dinosaurs. They are cool critters. Very cool critters. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue. And Matt Pie, you got that right. That was a black-crowned night heron. Bingo. Nice. Cheeseness says one of the wattle birds in the park I walk through has a baby. A couple of days ago, I saw it trying to practice adult calls. Wattle birds throw their heads back vigorously when they call, and watching this one struggle to keep its balance was very cute. There's a video in the thread here. Well. Let's take a look. There's the photo, and here is that video. Oh, it's still got the kind of ruffly juvenile feathers right there. Little baby bird. Trying to learn how to do grown-up bird things. That's pretty cute. That's pretty cute. Thank you for sharing there. I really appreciate that, Cheeseness. Very cool. Very, very cool. And Dinosaur Dave says, I think this is Musa bulbiciana. This is that's a banana. Very funny, Dinosaur Dave. Very funny. Yeah. And images of the birds from Australia Zoo. Oh, very cool. Oh, super neat. Super neat. Oh man, this is neat. That's very cool. She's dressed like me. She is. She's just like a cop or something. Cool, Dinosaur Dave. I will look through those. That's awesome. Thank you. Yeah. And Tommy Ploticus says an up-close encounter with a blurry blue jay. Ah, yes, the northeastern blurry blue jay. They are large and fuzzy. It reminds me of that. What's that Mitch Hedberg joke? Where was that? Closed captions. There we go.
I think Bigfoot is blurry. That's the problem. It's not the photographer's fault. Bigfoot is blurry. And that's extra scary to me because there's a large, out-of-focus monster roaming the countryside. One time a guy handed me a picture of me and said, here's a...
Yeah. What's this?
A picture of me when I was younger. Every picture is of you when you were younger.
Anyway, what a large, scary, blurry blue jay that you photographed there, Tommy Paleontologist. That's good stuff. And it's a younger blue jay, too. Younger than it is right now, I suppose. We love blur jays here. Brannington, that's good. A blur jay. It's impressive that you got this close to it to get that photo. That's a good one. Nova Silence says, went to check out a new... Oh, and by the way, this is a beautiful Thursday BIRDSday photo. I want to emphasize that. Your Thursday BIRDSday photos do not have to be in focus. They do not have to be beautifully photographed. They could be of a bird that might be blurry. It all counts. The whole point of Thursday BIRDSday is to get outside, pay attention to birds, and see if you can photograph one. You know? It's an excuse to get out of the house. I know we're not supposed to say that kind of thing here on Twitch because everybody's supposed to be glued to their computer screens at all times, but you know what? Go out and go for a walk every once in a while. Go out and snap some birds with a camera. Don't physically snap any... No, with a camera. And, enjoy the great outdoors. It's a great, big, beautiful world out there, full of living dinosaurs. Some of them are big and blurry, and some of them are little and, very pretty. Went to check out a new fishing spot, says Nova Silence, and this little guy was throwing twigs around noisily. He's a superb fairy wren, Malurus cyaneus. And look at that cyan coloration there on the head. That is beautiful. Look at that. Look at how blue this bird is. Well, we'll find it. You can tell by how blue it is. There you go. Look at that. He is superb. Yes, indeed. Green Herring says, fairy wrens are just ridiculously beautiful. They really are, aren't they? Very few places in nature will you see this kind of brilliant blue coloration. Like on a living organism. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Mayor Space says he's blue. And da-da-bee, da-ba-dee. That's the song, right? I'm sure I mispronounced it, sorry. But yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat there, Nova Silence. Very nice. Again, a lovely Thursday BIRDSday photo. All three of these. These are fantastic. What a lovely Thursday BIRDSday bird. Thank you, Nova Silence. Thank you, thank you. Nova Silence says there was a little female that was ignoring him, so he started picking up sticks and shouting at her. What an obnoxious little bird. Oh, that makes me smile. That's really great. Yeah. Works for me, says Tommy Paleontologist. You know, different strokes for different organisms. And Risu says, spoonbill. I'm posting the out of focus one too because I thought it was interesting to see the light through the bill. Not sure if it is different areas of density or if they have vasculature. It's both. That's both right there. Pretty neat there, Risu. Pretty neat. This is a roseate spoonbill, I believe. Yeah. Very, very cool. And Custom Constructs, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. You thinking to put it in a Thursday BIRDSday photo in there? That's really lovely. Thank you again, Risu. Beautiful. Roseate spoonbills. It's really cool to watch them feed, actually. Let's find a video. And Murph, thank you for the gift sub there. Appreciate that, Murph. Thank you. Yeah, the way that spoonbills feed is pretty neat. Check this out. There, we can have our own music. That's all good. So they swish their heads from side to side in the water like that. Yeah. Pretty nifty. Pretty cool how they do that. And that's that distinctive bill shape. That's what it's for. Oh, there's some sort of ibis in there too. But yeah, look at that. Just go through the water. Pretty neat. So they've got dorso-ventrally compressed bills, flattened from top to bottom, but widened from side to side. They're expanded laterally. Pretty cool. And yes, indeed, Rayzilla, they and scarlet ibises and flamingos, pink flamingos, I think, are all pink for the same reason. It's the carotenoids in their prey, the crustaceans that they eat. Yeah, there's those, like, reddish chemicals in their carotenoids that actually color the bird's feathers after they ingest them. It's pretty neat stuff. So Risu, really cool, really cool. I bet you those bills are probably pretty sensitive, too, and those... That probably is vasculature in there. Blood vessels. Feeding, like, all these... You know, soft, fleshy, sensitive part around there with all those nerve endings. Pretty neat. Yeah. Custom Contract says, are there dinosaurs with similar bills or jaws? Not really. I mean, the duckbill dinosaurs come to mind, but they didn't use their bills in the same way. Yeah. These are dinosaurs, by the way. All birds are dinosaurs, obviously. But, yeah. You know, if you... Civic... Hadrosaurs. If you look at, these guys. The duckbill dinosaurs. That's not a very good illustration, honestly. I'm trying to find the one with the Hadrosaurus. I have the book that it's in. Let me just grab that. It's not showing up here. There we are. Yeah. Your duckbill dinosaurs. These critters. These are some older illustrations, but they kind of go to show. See that duck-like bill right there? Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. It does get pretty wide, but it would have been covered with a layer of keratin, so it would have been more like a beak than a bill. Or, you know, not like kind of that soft structure like you see on the spoonbill. It's not like this. It's taller, it's shorter, it's thicker, it's stronger. It's used for cropping vegetation, eating all kinds of plant material from, like, I don't know, probably ferns and broadleaf trees to conifer needles and stuff like that. Not like what these guys do. They're doing something completely different with their bills. So it might look vaguely similar, but that similarity is probably only vague. It's not a functional similarity. Yeah. And Nigersaurus, yeah. Nigersaurus is the one... It's a sauropod with that crazy flat mouth like that. But that was very different, too. It had teeth at the front. Nigersaurus. Yeah. Tons and tons of tiny little teeth in the front of the jaw. And John Sibbick is your favorite dinosaur illustrator. Very nice. Spezal ED. Very nice. Yeah, many classic works by the very talented John Sibbick. Yeah. Anywho, let's keep moving with our birds here. Leninus is changing things up with a blue jay at my bird bath. Look at that blue jay. That's very nice, Lenina. It's so cool that you have a bird bath. I wish I had a bird bath. I am prohibited from having a bird bath by my HOA. Murph! I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Murph. And Special, I hope you appreciate. Oh, it's like special ed. Oh, gotcha.
Strange dinosaur's life.
And Bearded Fortress, thank you for the 3 months of primes there, Bearded Fortress. I appreciate you very much. Thank you, thank you. 3 months is a long time. Thanks for keeping me online for that long with your support. And Special Ed, thanks for the correction there. I will pronounce your name correctly from now on. Thank you. Very cool, Anina. I wish I could have a bird bath at my apartment, but the HOA, Homeowners Association, forbids bird baths. So maybe when I have to find a new apartment at the end of the year, my landlord's selling the place, I can get a place with a bird bath. Well, a place where it's not against the rules to have a bird bath. That'd be cool. Very nice, Lenina. A lovely Thursday BIRDSday photo. Good stuff. Yeah. What if the bird bath is for hummingbirds? They are insects, after all. Yeah, that's another thing, is the HOA defines you can't have a bird feeder unless it's for hummingbirds, which are listed as insects in the HOA rules. Doesn't make any sense. It's like the Catholic Church decreeing that capybaras are not mammals, they're actually fish. So people could eat them on Fridays back in the day. Yeah. Ms. Art Rules says, I don't know what this bird is. Oh, Ms. Art Rules, this is what we call an LBB. Stands for Little Brown Bird. Yeah. Pretty cool. UNBI, unidentified bird. Yes. And that beak is curved? It does look a little curved, maybe. It's hard to see. But, I like a good mystery photo there, Ms. Art Rules. We'll see if anybody had any insight into this. Cheesiness says, hard to make up. It looks like a female blackbird to me. They're brown. They are brown. Ms. Art Rules says, I thought it was a warbler. Ombudsman wants to know what country? California. California, my favorite country. Again, hailing from the San Francisco Bay Area. California is my favorite country, too. Yeah. We don't really have honey creepers in California, as far as I know, Special Ed. If we were in Hawaii, I'd be all over that, but... This is beautiful. Green herring. Well, well, well. Green herring always with a lovely photo. You always outdo yourself, Green herring. Lovely photo and lovely description. Never mind the fact that it's still 80 degrees Fahrenheit outside. Summer is officially over. I saw my first white-throated sparrow of the season on Sunday. In the summer months, these sparrows completely disappear from my area to go to their breeding grounds in Canada, but in the winter they are everywhere, and for me their sweet, mournful song, Old Sam Peabody, 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 is the sound of the forest on a winter's morning. Soon they will be pouring in droves. Winter is coming. Insert Game of Thrones meme, but it's just a picture of a sparrow here. There you go, Green herring. I appreciate you. Ah, a white-throated sparrow. We would get white-crowned sparrows in the Presidio in San Francisco when I used to work there. But I want to say I've seen one of these, too, with that little yellow patch right there. Right in front of the eyes. Very cool, Green herring. Very cool. What a beautiful, beautiful bird. And look at the level of detail here. That is exquisite. We can zoom in even further. Extraordinary. Look at that, chat. Look at that. That is gorgeous. Very nice. Very nice. This beautiful little dinosaur. Gorgeous. Green herring, thank you once again for taking the time. I appreciate you. Always a delight. Always a delight. Yeah, you can get white-throated sparrows on the west coast as well, but they are not common there. I've seen birds in the San Francisco Presidio that I haven't seen anywhere else in California. Like, was it ruby crowned kinglets? And I've seen white crowned sparrows in other places too. But I've never seen a song sparrow anywhere else except there. I'm not an avid birder, but you see all kinds of cool birds there in the Presidio. I almost wonder if there's a video that I can find. Because it's, the Presidio is basically a free national park in San Francisco. Oh, there's a whole video about it. Shoot. If you're ever in San Francisco, make sure you go to the Presidio. Such a cool place.
What did this city look like 200 years ago?
The western third of San Francisco is all originally sand dunes.
Yep.
And there's unique things.
I used to work here.
Yeah, I mean, the sand dune system here is really unique. In fact, it houses one of the rarest plants in the Presidio, the San Francisco Lucinga.
Yeah.
There were only about 100 left in the entire planet.
Yeah.
And the area got developed, and so there were just a handful of specimens left here in the Presidio.
The Presidio is a park at the foot of the Golden Gate Bridge.
It is gorgeous. It is honestly the most beautiful part of San Francisco. In a beautiful city, this is the most beautiful part of it. And it's like, what is it, like 10 times as big as New York Central Park? It's enormous.
We've come here to get a glimpse of the natural wonders that greeted San Francisco's first settlers.
This is what San Francisco would have looked like.
Oh, cool, Miss Yvette. Very
Sand
cool.
dunes to a rare remaining salt marsh.
Yeah.
If you were here 200 years ago, you would have seen a scene very much like this. Salt marsh and a series...
A scene like this. Zakute, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah.
Dunes along the northern edge. You know, in the old days, in Native American times, they would have used the edges of the marsh as a gathering place where they would have gathered food, actually. So they had a seasonal encampment just up the way, and they would have gathered here and they would have harvested fish and shellfish out of it.
Is that a Dunlin or a Wimbrel or a... Who is this right here?
Seasonal encampment just up the way, and they would have gathered here and they would have
Who is
harvested
this?
fish and shellfish out of the marsh.
I don't know who that is. Plover. Oh, Godwit. Thank you, Green Herring. I really don't know my stilty shorebirds well enough. Oyster catchers are easy to identify, avocets, but Godwits and Dunlins and Wimbrels and Rails and everything. I got to get better at those guys. Yeah.
The Presidio's strategic location at the mouth of the bay drew San Francisco's first European settlers.
Notably, in 1776, the Spanish founded...
Wow, Clay Street. Oh, very cool. Blue-red metal. Nice.
They were worried about the Russians
Very
who were
nice.
working their way down the coast of California. So they built, actually, right on the...
So I used to teach at a school right there on Arguello, right near the Arguello gate to the Presidio.
Location where we're standing today, the original Presidio.
Hidden inside this building are the adobe walls of that centuries-old Spanish fort.
Oh, I've never been in there before. Shoot.
We did some testing on it, and it helped us understand what grew here before the Spanish arrived. So we did a pollen analysis. We looked at the seeds
Wow.
of the adobe, and
Some
we
cool
were able
science
to
there.
identify some plant species that
Oh,
no
that's
longer
amazing.
exist.
Among the treasures the Spanish found in the Presidio
Ooh, Mountain Lake Park.
was a very rare freshwater lake.
Yeah.
Well, Mountain Lake is one of two remaining natural lakes in San
Look at that
Francisco.
coot. That's an American
Mountain
coot right
Lake's
there.
really important in the history of the Presidio. When the Spanish came in 1776, they actually camped by the lake.
I used to... They camped by the lake. Shoot. I spent a lot of time by this lake with my students back when I was teaching full-time.
And there's this really great description of the lake. They talked about the plants that were around it and the quality of the lake,
cool.
how
That's
sweet
great.
the water was. You know, in California, water's pretty precious. So
Yeah, I bet.
finding a lake like this in the middle of sand dunes is pretty incredible.
Nearby, these bluffs support another rare ecosystem.
It's so cool. There's so many different biomes in San Francisco's Presidio. It's pretty amazing.
So this is serpentine scrub. These
There you go,
bluffs
Kennedy.
are underlain with serpentine, which is a state rock. And serpentine is
Yeah.
soil in that it's slightly...
Oh man, this is so cool. We could keep watching this for a long time, but I'm just going to give you a link, and I'm sure we'll return to this video in the future. But yeah, serpentinite. This is California's official state rock, I think. And this is, it's very, very old stuff, and it's this weird, like, melange of different kinds of rocks that were metamorphosed together, and, it's cool stuff. But anyway, we got to continue with our birds, and, ooh, our coelacanth will be done shortly. But very nice, Green Herring, very nice. I swear I've seen some of these guys in the Presidio before. That's why we were watching that video. But if anybody ever visits San Francisco, make sure you visit the Presidio. Crissy Field is a good place to start. Beautiful views of the Golden Gate Bridge. Awesome stuff. And, oh, and Truckhorn. Ooh. Who is this? Interesting. See below for possible identification from JJ. Well, well, well. It almost looks like, is it a bird of prey, or is it like a crane or something? I don't know, it's hard to say. Jay Joyce says, this could be a green heron. Oh, herons usually fly with their legs trailing behind them. So that was the legs and not the tail there in this photo. That makes sense for that to be, for those to be the legs back there and not the tail. Ah, the wings do have kind of a heron-y kind of feel to them also. And that could be the head and neck kind of folded like that in front of the body, because they'll also fly like that. I bet you that's what's going on there. Very nice there. Cool. Very nice. Thank you for the photo there, Truckhorn. Very cool. Yeah. But that's it? Special ed? Yeah, probably, right? Yeah. And Jay Joyce says, my lifer, Swainson's hawk. Oh, man, Swainson's hawks are so cool. These are the ones that have that huge migration from Montana all the way down to South America, right? I saw in central Pennsylvania last week. These hawks are normally seen in the Great Plains or on the West Coast.
Try not to go extinct.
That's it. That's a good message there. Geo Now Frago, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. These hawks are normally seen in the Great Plains or on the West Coast, but this one was blown off course possibly during migration. Beautiful bird. That is a beautiful bird. Holy moly. Very, very handsome theropod there. Yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. I think these are the ones that have got that crazy migration, right? Let's see. Montana. Here we go. Take a look at this.
Welcome to Wildlife Wednesday. In honor of Migratory Bird Day, we're going to talk about one of Montana's most impressive migrators, the Swainson's hawk.
So when I lived in Montana, I did some work with the American Prairie Reserve in the central part of the state, out on the plains. And this is one of the most remarkable birds that we had there, because they have this tremendous migration. They would fly from central Montana, or even further north, all the way down to South America. She's going to talk about it.
So Swainson's hawks can be found here in Montana in the summer, where they come to breed, and you'll often see them perched on telephone poles. You can identify them by their beautiful brown bib that they have. But come September, these Swainson's hawks will gather in flocks of hundreds or even thousands, and they will migrate all the way down to Argentina. So
holy cow.
That's nearly 6,000 miles one way.
Pretty incredible. Imagine flying 6,000 miles each way outside of an airplane or a helicopter. Yeah, holy moly. That is a trip indeed, Kennedy. Yeah. And just coincidentally, those are two places where you find tremendous dinosaur fossils, Montana and Argentina.
When these birds are breeding, and here in Montana in the summer, they'll eat what we call the 3 R's. So rabbits,
Rodents and arithmetic.
rodents, and reptiles. But down in Argentina, they're often referred to as the grasshopper hawk, because that's their favorite food to eat down in Argentina.
Really?
They even learn to follow behind tractors and gorge on all of the grasshoppers that get scared up as the tractors go along.
That's pretty cool.
You can imagine that migrating birds face a lot of obstacles on their journey, including running into windows, big windstorms, and
Pepper Pepper says, what do birds do when they're migrating over ocean? Just fly constantly? Yeah, unless they're a bird that can land on the water, like, say, a pelican or something like that, then yeah, they'll just keep flying. They'll fly for 24 hours straight. They'll fly for longer than that. Some birds, I think, can fly for like a week straight, something like that. Some birds can actually catch prey on the wing. Birds like skimmers will do that. But yeah, for a bird like this, if they're flying over ocean, I don't know if Swainson's hawks actually go over ocean much, though. I think they might follow the Isthmus of Panama all the way down to South America, and they'll be over land pretty much the whole time. But let's take a look. I bet you we can find an image. Migration route. There we go. Yeah. Looks like an older image here. But it checks out. That's a pretty incredible migration. Holy cow. Yeah. So yeah, they're over the Isthmus of Panama the whole time. So they probably stop and rest at night, I would imagine. At least sometimes. Yeah.
Lots of habitat, not only on their wintering grounds and their breeding grounds, but the stopover locations along the way.
Stopover locations, okay.
To help migrating birds this spring, you can put stickers on your windows so they don't run into them. You can keep a close eye on your pets, especially your cats this spring. And you can pick up litter, especially fishing line that birds might think is a really good nesting material, but that they can actually end up getting tangled up in. So to learn a lot more about migrating birds, ways you can help them, and some fun activities as well, you can go to migratorybirdday.org. You can come visit us.
When is Migratory Bird Day? And do I have this on my calendar yet? Here, let me check. I don't? Migratory Bird Day, Saturday, October 14th, 2023. That's coming up, chat. That's coming up. Well, well, well. Yeah. The second Saturday of May in Canada and the US. Wait, what? MigratoryBirdDay.org. World Migratory Bird Day. Oh, it was okay. See, again, this is why you should not necessarily trust the results that Google gives you, because it completely got that wrong. Dig a little bit deeper, you know? Do not trust the automation. It's often wrong. World Migratory Bird Day is officially celebrated on the second Saturday in May, May 13th in 2023. As migratory birds journey to nesting sites, and on the second Saturday in October, October 14th, 2023. Oh, so it's both. Oh. Okay. Huh. All right. Every day is Bird Day. Well, every Thursday is Thursday BIRDSday. But yeah, I agree. Every day is Bird Day. Good stuff. Anyway, a lovely Swainson's hawk right there. Very nice, J. Joyce. and a lifer. That's pretty cool that you got to see one. That's pretty darn cool. I'm really happy for you. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah. And least turns Neilf. These are some local birds to me. Least turns are, they live on the island of Alameda, not too far from where I live. Least turns are a big deal in Alameda. Look at them.
From about mid-May through August, the endangered least tern makes its home on sandbars and islands of the Missouri and Mississippi rivers. The least tern is a bird that has adapted to raising its young on desert-like habitats. It lays a nest of 1 to 5 eggs in sand or gravel and faces many hazards. Predators take their toll, and careless humans can trample colonies of the well-disguised nests. Even in the best of times, the least tern must battle the extremes of the environment. Sand temperatures can range from 55 degrees at night to 125 degrees during the day.
Holy
so
cow.
The birds must keep the eggs warm at night and try to cool them off during the day in order for them to survive.
Alameda, where the nuclear vessels are. There you go, HD and HB. Yes. Yes. There you go.
California least terns spend the winter in Central America, and every April they migrate to California for their nesting season. Beaches have been a traditional nesting habitat, but human encroachment on coastal areas has led them to search for nesting sites in unexpected places.
Yeah.
Like military runways.
What are the
Space
nuclear
with
vessels
wide
are?
open sight lines similar to beaches.
So yeah, that sequence from that movie that I've now seen, Star Trek IV: Revenge of the Whales, in Alameda. That's here. That's here. That's where the least terns nest.
The old runway area of Alameda Point is one of the areas where these endangered birds come to nest.
So there's San Francisco
Runway area
off in the distance right here.
Is one of the areas where these endangered birds come to nest.
And this is an older video because Salesforce Tower has not even been built yet. That's now the tallest building in downtown San Francisco. Yeah.
Their 10-acre nest site, chosen by them while Navy aircraft were actively using the runways, is on a 549-acre area that is set aside for a wildlife refuge.
Nice.
The proposed wildlife refuge is awaiting a permanent management authority and development of a public access program during the non-nesting season. The nesting site here at Alameda Point is supervised by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service under contract with the Navy, the current owners. They receive assistance from volunteers on maintenance tasks prior to the nesting season. They also receive assistance with the Tern Watch program that monitors the behavior of the terns and alerts the fish and wildlife biologist if predators, like red-tailed hawks, are hovering overhead. Leora Feeney is with Friends of the Alameda Wildlife Refuge, a committee of the Golden Gate Audubon Society. She has been a regular volunteer for over a decade.
Well, what we're doing here today is mending what we call the chick fence, and we put a fine mesh fence along the bottom of our larger fence so that chicks can't escape the colony area. If they get out of the colony area, it's really hard to keep track of them. We don't know what our success rates are. And it has to be done every year, replacing parts of the fence that have been damaged or dried out from the sun.
Did Mythbusters do a lot of stuff there? Cool, Claire Bear. Nice.
And that's our task for today.
Kids always getting in trouble. Yeah, MLF.
Goes on to explain the use of oyster shells on the nest.
Ah, yeah.
At today's work party, we'll be putting oyster shells back onto the sandy substrate of the colony. They're removed so that we can level the wind and rain sculpted sand after winter.
Demonic Child 2. What an appropriate alert for your followship there. Thank you, Demonic Child 2, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, they were circling a gravestone. Why did they do that? You don't want to know, Rayzilla. You don't want to know.
Years ago, we got some shells from Johnson Oyster Company at Point Reyes to make the site look more like a beach. But we realized it might serve more than an aesthetic purpose. We found that the shells made finding the birds more difficult. We would see movement, but when trying to find the bird, the randomly scattered shells confused our search. We thought it might be the same for predators. In addition, we found that young birds would snuggle next to the larger shells, perhaps for cover or wind protection. So we decided to bring more shells to the site for biological reasons as
Pretty
well.
cool. Pretty
Due
cool.
to the slope of the nesting site and the underlying pavement,
This guy's got a
rain
great
can
voice.
wash away sand and gravel below the fence. This can create a hazard for young chicks who may get caught in or under the fence and perish. A volunteer work party did some last-minute repair work where recent heavy rains undermined the fence.
On one of our work parties, we were weeding outside the least tern colony on the tarmac, and while removing the weeds, we were bringing up the roots and exposing soil and insects, and at the end of the morning, we saw the rarely seen in urban environments
Ooh.
larks coming in to
Horned
feed on
larks.
the insects exposed by our weeding.
That's very cool. That's very cool. Oh, man.
Looking out for the welfare of the terns goes beyond the nesting area. It means surveying the surrounding landscape for predators like the burrowing owl prior to the nesting season. Leora Feeney.
Burrowing owls have interesting hunting strategies. We think of them as coming in the evening or at night and flying and catching their prey. But much to my surprise, I happened to witness burrowing owls inside the least tern colony
Ooh.
quite a number of years ago now. Actually being on the ground and running, and while running, flushing least terns up and then catching them. And
Wow.
one burrowing owl or a nesting pair of burrowing owls can wreak havoc for a whole season of least
So they'll
tern
relocate
effort.
them, right?
So we do monitor the burrowing owls very carefully, make sure we know where they are, and hope that they all depart before the least terns arrive. If a burrowing owl should stay through the season, and it should,
Closed captions.
a burrowing owl should
A brewing owl. If a brewing owl should ferment some lagers within the colony, we'll make sure that it's swiftly confiscated. This is a dry colony?
stay through the season, and it should prey on least terns, there would be a need to relocate that burrowing owl, have it
Relocate
effort.
with extreme
And we
prejudice.
The Fish and Wildlife Service
I'm
does
sure with
its
extreme
absolute
gentleness.
best to do everything without damaging the bird.
Brewing owls versus least terns. Yeah, HD, there you go.
burrowing owl or its family.
A U.S. Fish and Wildlife biologist explains more about the burrowing owls during last year's bus tour to the nesting site.
And we get them here, and they're here in the winter, and then they all magically disappear come March. They go migrate somewhere else.
I want to go see them.
Particular year, 2006, they decided
I should get in contact with the Audubon Society and see if
they were over by Seaplane
that's
Food,
possible.
as a matter of fact, and they had chicks, and they needed food. The Tern supermarket is right here.
So a couple of them are sitting with their backs up. Does that mean that they're
Probably
tails up?
sitting on eggs, yeah.
So let's. You see that bird that just flapped the wings? Yeah. There's an adult, two adults. Look.
Nice. Least terns.
And look, and that adult has a fish, a very small. Oh yeah, there he is.
This is their first time. Yeah, we're still seeing mating going on, so look for courtship displays. You guys saw the courtship displays. I showed
Pretty cool stuff. Yeah. Anyway, least terns. Remarkable birds there. Thank you, Neil, for posting that. That is really lovely, Neil. Cool stuff. Thank you. Bird field trip stream? I wish, Green Herring. Well, maybe it'd be possible. I don't know. They build tiny little A-frame houses. Well, the birds don't. Those were provided for the birds. Rayzilla says, here's a very out of focus parking lot bird. My camera sucks. This, to me, looks like a house sparrow. Passer domesticus. Yeah, one of the most common birds in North America, especially in urban or suburban environments. A house sparrow. Yeah, and in fact, a male house sparrow. You've seen these around. You know them. You love them. Unless you're a birder, then maybe you don't love them. They're invasive, and they have the potential to drive other native birds out of their habitats. But yeah, house sparrow. They're originally from England, or from Europe, but they often get called English sparrows. There's a male and female house sparrow there. The female's much more drab. But, yeah. Looks to me like a house sparrow, and that would make sense, because they love hanging out in parking lots. Well, they don't love it, but they do it. From Charchon. Ooh, is this a grosbeak? Who is this? Somebody tell me. I don't know what this kind of bird is. I don't have these around me. Is it a grosbeak? Very nice, Charchon. Oh, you had an answer. Rose-breasted grosbeak. Nice. Nice. Yeah. What a beautiful bird there, Charchon. Is that your feeder there? Are you a bird person too? Awesome. Rose-breasted grosbeak. Really lovely. Yeah. Very nice. I actually want to see. I bet you these birds love sunflowers and maybe larger seeds too. Sunflower seeds and larger seeds because they've got that big robust bill there. And Neverwinter, we did see your Swains and Soft. We had a whole discussion about it. Yeah, it's great. Very cool. Exciting stuff. Let's see if we can find a rose-breasted grosbeak feeding. Oh, here's some being hand-fed. Oh, some tasty black oil sunflower seeds in there. Check that out. What a gorgeous animal. How pretty is that? Just incredible. Wow. Yeah, and look at the way that they break apart those, yeah, they use that bill to snap apart those seeds there. That's very, very cool. Very, very cool. Nice photo there, Charchon. Good spot. Good photo. Yeah. Very nice. Anakin Gabriel says, here's a toucan. Bad photos. Bird was far away. You can still tell it's a toucan, though. Very nice. Very nice. Where did you photograph this, Anakin Gabriel? That's really cool. That's really cool. I like that a lot. Yeah. Really neat. Yeah. To see one in flight, if it were like perched somewhere, it'd be like, oh, that's in a zoo or something. This is in flight. That's super neat. Yeah. And Netmensch says, which bird is the most like a dinosaur? I could give you a joke here, but all of them. All birds are the most like dinosaurs because all birds literally are dinosaurs. Birds are the only surviving group of dinosaurs. They evolved from small two-legged meat-eating dinosaurs. Yeah. Skeletons like this. Your Maniraptoran dinosaurs. Here's Velociraptor right here. This is what Velociraptor actually looked like. As near as we can tell. Not like you see in Jurassic Park. So yeah. All birds evolved from dinosaurs. From a single species of dinosaur, it seems. Hez helps. Thanks for the raid. Hez helps, thank you for the raid. How did your stream go? Hope it was good. And you were doing Cities Skylines. That seems like an exciting game. Cool stuff. Gotta make sure you get your public transit in there. I'm a big fan of public transit myself. Very nice. That helps. Thanks for the raid. Anyway. The whole reason why we have Thursday BIRDSday is to celebrate the fact that birds themselves are living dinosaurs. That's what this is all about. Many different groups of dinosaurs had feathers. Many of them looked extraordinarily bird-like because birds are just another kind of dinosaur. Yeah. Is this Caudipteryx right here? Who is this? There's Epidexipteryx right there. Archaeopteryx right there. Here's a bunch of... Oh, who's this? It's Trirarchuncus. This is my little Alvarosaurid dinosaur. Yeah! Here's my 3D print that I did. I sculpted this and then printed it. This is a dinosaur that a team that I was on published in 2020. Trirarchuncus prairiensis. Named Trirarchuncus means Captain Hook. Oh, a pretty cool critter. And very bird-like. In fact, this group of dinosaurs, called the Alvarosaurids, when they were first discovered, they were thought to maybe just be weird birds. Oftentimes, the line between what is a bird and what is a non-bird dinosaur can be really fuzzy. Like, it could be really tricky trying to tell the difference. Case in point, the Alvarosaurids. Oh, yeah. Do they have more than one finger, says MLF? Maybe not. Some of them, we know that they had well, here. Shoot, I'm gonna have to show you a Mononychus video, huh? Here, take a look.
Mononychus is a desert specialist.
So this is basically the same dinosaur as we have. Ours is from Montana. This one's from Mongolia. This one's a little bit older than ours. Ours is the last member of this group right before the asteroid hits. Wipes out all the dinosaurs except for a handful of birds. Most birds also went extinct when that asteroid hit. There was only a handful of species that survived and diversified into our modern birds that we have today. But anyway, this is essentially the same critter as this guy, Mononychus.
Such hypersensitive directional hearing gives her a mental map of this hollow log and what lies within.
So this looks like a bird, right? It's not quite a bird. It's a very bird-like dinosaur. It's related to the dinosaur that evolved into birds.
She now uses the weapon that gives this hunter its name.
Yeah.
Mononychus. Single giant claw.
So some of these guys had multiple little claws. They had one big claw, that's the thumb claw. So all of these guys that are advanced members of the group have one big thumb claw. Some of them have little vestigial claws next to it. But we don't know for our guy Trirarchuncus or for Mononychus if they had more than one claw.
Single giant claw.
We know they had one big claw on each hand.
That's what she needs to open a termite's nest.
But the other claws, if they're there at all, are just tiny, tiny little useless ones next to it.
And she has another special piece of equipment. a flexible tongue twice the length of her head.
We don't actually know if they had a long tongue, but they probably did. Those tongues don't really fossilize.
Meal. If only termites weren't quite so irritating.
Yeah. Mononychus. Anyway, how did we get to talking about Mononychus and Trierarchuncus? How did we get on this subject in the first place? I don't even remember. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, most bird-like dinosaur. Or most dinosaur-like bird? Anyway, all birds literally are dinosaurs. So yeah. And Charchones is also at my feeder, was what looked like a molting indigo bunting. Very nice. These are very pretty birds, Charchone. Very, very nice. Yeah. Cool stuff. Indigo buntings are neat because I think they're often featured on the cover of like bird field guides in North America because they're one of the prettiest birds in North America. We don't really have them here in where I live in California. And here's a pileated woodpecker finding lunch at a rotting stump in Trek Nerd's backyard in Seattle, Washington. Trek Nerd, you live in Seattle? I was just in Seattle a couple weekends ago. You probably told me that already. Very nice. Pileated woodpeckers get big, too. They get big. These are the ones that are responsible for some of the claims of ivory-billed woodpecker sightings, right? Those are mostly pileatids, I think. Yeah. They're pretty neat. They are pretty neat. Yeah. Really lovely, Trek Nerd. That's so cool that this big bird visited your backyard. Just pecking that stump there. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. And from Janine's Mess. I said your name right this time. Holy cow! Went for a walk at a local park and stumbled across this fellow. That is Dromaeus Novel Hollandiae, right? I don't know if I said that right, but it's the Australian emu. Look at this lovely critter. Respect to a ground-running bird. The ground is a tough neighborhood, and birds that can make it just living on the ground, that takes some real moxie. That's super cool. You've won the award for largest bird today. Janine's, this is pretty great. Very nice, Janine. Very nice. Almost the same tail as that dinosaur. This is actually kind of what I was basing that on. When I sculpted the tail of Trierarchuncus, this is partly what I was basing that on, yeah. Yeah. Pretty cool. I wanted it to look kind of shaggy and emu-like. Yeah. And Netmensch says, ground birds are so aggressive, it seems like. I mean, they have to be. Like I said, the ground is a tough neighborhood. You gotta have some real attitude to survive on the ground as a bird. Whether you're an emu or a cassowary, whether you're a goose or a rhea or an ostrich. Yeah. Anyway. Cool stuff. And what a lovely way to wrap up Thursday BIRDSday there. Janine's Mess? Very nice. Very nice indeed. Yeah. And, oh, this is interesting, Geocastaway. What is this? Scientists could never agree on how the dinosaurs died. They let a non-human decide. Uh-oh. Was it AI? And did they claim that this was a dinosaur? Because it's not. That's Dimetrodon right there. This critter is more closely related to you and me than it is to any dinosaur. This is a synapsid reptile from the early Permian. In fact, now that our coelacanth is finished printing, I could start printing a Dimetrodon skull. I have this all sliced and ready to go. We'll start printing a Dimetrodon tomorrow. Dimetrodon skull. But anyway, I'm suspicious of this. Let's see what they came up with. For decades, paleontologists have debated what ultimately stamped out non-avian dinosaurs' extinction ticket, volcanism or asteroid impact. There's a general consensus now it was the asteroid impact. We have very few volcanism holdouts. To add a new voice to the debate, scientists from Dartmouth University tasked an interconnected web of processors to come to its own conclusion, sans human bias. Oh boy. The resulting study concluded that volcanism located at India's Deccan Traps likely contributed to most of the dinosaurs' demise, though not all paleontologists agree. I very much disagree here. Oh boy. So, they asked AI about this? This is gonna be really lousy. I mean, the dates don't line up. The unbiased answer, they're not very familiar with how software is made. There you go, MLF. Oh boy. Yeah. Anyway, I'll take a look at more of this later, but this might be one of those classic instances of researchers from one field who would love to have some attention kind of latching onto dinosaur science in order to get some attention. I see this all the time in fields like astronomy, with like dark matter in the dinosaurs and stuff like that, where it's like they have to add dinosaurs in order to up the public appeal, and then they end up making kind of unsubstantiated claims about things related to dinosaurs. Yeah, HD and HB, thank you. Oh, hang on. No, Gigove, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. I saw that article and heard your voice in my head, says HD and HB. Well, we'll probably talk about this more tomorrow. Thank you, GeoCastaway, for bringing it up. I'll see what some of my colleagues are saying about this online, and we can talk about it tomorrow. Yeah. Gigov says, what a nice find. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, Janine Smith says about the emu, you do need to be careful around emus. Respect goes a long way, given we lost the war to them. Lol. Yeah.
Murph gifted a tier 1.
Arnar. Murph, thank you for that gift up there. I appreciate that. But yeah, Australia, you did lose a war against emus, didn't you? After World War I. Yeah. We'll probably talk about that one of these days. I'll see if I can find an important date in that history, and we'll talk about the Great Emu War. And talk about the combat prowess of dinosaurs. It'll be a goofy stream at some point, but yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Link to the article? Here you go, Lenina. Yeah. There you go. Anyway, tomorrow I think we'll get started printing, a Dimetrodon skull. Might be the same one, actually. It might be that same file. Like it might be a scan of that cast there. But right now, let's assemble the final pieces of our coelacanth. You ready, chat? You ready? Oh boy. Let's get my desk ready. Put down the cutting mat. Keep the glue off the desk. And let's grab that file off the printer. That print off the printer. Yes! Holy cow. Look at that. The last piece of the coelacanth. Let's do it. Yeah. Where's my pliers? So we're just gonna take some... Ooh, this is a little flimsy, but that's okay. I printed a brim around this in order to keep everything adhered to the print bed properly. But we gotta remove that brim before we glue these things together. Let's do that real quick. Very nice. Gotta do some sanding on this too to make sure that the edges are, there's no spill over the edges. And also gotta make sure that the surface is nice and scuffed up so that the glue actually adheres to it. So while I'm doing that, let's watch another quick video on coelacanths. Coelacanth footage. Here we go. Check this out right here. Oh, I guess we've got sound for this one, don't we? Oh, maybe not. Oh man. That big, beautiful animal. Incredible. Yeah. Do they only come out at night? They sort of sleep in... They hide in caves during the day. Usually. So they'll come up a little bit... They won't be as deep, maybe, at nighttime. Yeah, but I have heard that they mostly come out at night. I don't know how true that is. That is truly extraordinary. What an amazing animal. Yeah. Pretty extraordinary. You know, actually, we should get some different music here. Here we go. Here's something maybe a bit more appropriate. Pretty incredible. And let's get this thing assembled. This beautiful fish, which is long thought to have gone extinct at the end of the Cretaceous, still around today, and in need of our protection. Oh, man. What an extraordinary creature. Alright, this is coming together here. Alright, we've got our midsection here. It is together. Check that out. Nice. Should have put in a little bit more super glue so it sets a little faster, but this is good. This will work. Gorilla glue on here. It's a little corny playing the Jurassic Park music, but whatever, it works. There we go. Did not want to stay together. There we go. Perils of trying to do something live on stream like this. Very nice. Very cool. It's our living coelacanth. Our 3D printed one is coming together quite nicely. There we go. I gotta attach that fin again. Shoot, that just came off. Again, this is why do this with 3D prints and not with actual specimens. Yeah. lobe fin back on there. Very nice, good as new. Holy cow, there is the back half of our coelacanth. Looking pretty awesome. And man, is it getting hot in here. It's a hot day today in the Bay Area. There's the back half. And here is our front half. It is so big that I can't really hold them back both up at the same time. We're just gonna have to glue these. Let me test fit it. Very nice. Very, very nice. Well, let me gently set this over here. And let's put some glue on. Using a ton of this Gorilla Glue, but we need it. We need it to get this to adhere properly. There we are. Right. And Henny's wants to know if that fish is related to other extant fish. It is more... That fish, the coelacanth, is more closely related to you and me than it is to, say, tuna or trout, clownfish, or halibut. That fish is very close to the origin of what we call tetrapods, land-living vertebrate animals like you and me, and amphibians, reptiles, birds, mammals. That's why, one of the reasons I'm so excited about it. That fish is closer to a cow than it is to, I don't know, a sardine or a clownfish or a whatever. It is a pretty cool critter. Alright, I'm just waiting for this to set right now. Trying to line everything up properly so it sets in the right spots. Make my life easier. And it's, wow, that was quick. Oh, man. Oh, man. Check that out. Oh, man. Look at that, chat. Look at that. Latimeria columnae. Wow. Wow. I'm a little awestruck right now. It's hard to fit this whole thing in a frame. Look at that. Oh, man. It's gonna look wonderful when it's painted. Thank you to everyone who sent me 3D printer filament for this. You know who you are. This was possible because of you, so thank you very, very much for that. I am thrilled right now, if you can't tell. Very, very happy. Oh, man. Thank you again. Delightful. Incredible. And with that having been said and assembled, it's time to wrap things up here. So, oh, Thursday BIRDSday. Let's put Archaeopteryx as our background there for our credits. An extra special thank you to everybody whose names are showing up here in the credits. Don't go away just yet, chat. We're going to go right into somebody else. Maybe even somebody doing some science. Let's see here. Oh, Nerduino is on. Nerduino is going to be one of our, one of my co-panelists. At TwitchCon, at the Scientists on Twitch live panel. Raid Nerduino. So we're gonna go check out his channel. He is a, I think, retired NASA scientist? NASA engineer? Well, you can ask him when we get there. Everybody, thank you so much for making this another wonderful stream. I appreciate you. I appreciate your financial support. To everybody who gifted or cheered. Everybody who rated in, thank you for doing that. Thank you for bringing cool new people to the channel. Thank you, chatters and question askers. Thank you, lurkers. Thank you, moderators. Thank you, everybody. I'll be streaming again tomorrow, 2 p.m. California time. We will probably do a game of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire / Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist. So I hope to see you then. All right. Goodbye, everybody. Take care. Let's go say hello to Nerduino.